Good evening, everyone. Hope we all had a good weekend. Hope we all having a good day. We're playing Inkbound today, which is the new game by the devs of Monster Train. It's very different. I've been looking forward to it for a long while, though. I did play a tiny bit of it during the testing, but it does look like a lot of things have changed since then. And I'm excited to check it out. Side note, I do wish that I didn't have to be in a lobby with like everyone else just for running around. I know they do that so that you know, you can meet up with other players because that's their goal, but I kind of just want to play single player and have my own little experience. Anyways, there's a couple different classes to try out. We're trying out Moss Cloak right now, which is I don't know, they've got Shuriken. They look like they do small attacks at medium range repeatedly and build up power that way, and it looks fun. Alright. So it looks like there's, I think these are 3 different bosses that we can attempt to run against. Argolath, Cinder, and Shadow of Runestone. The only one that I saw in testing was Cinder, and I don't know much about it. So this hurts my eyes. This isn't the kind of roguelike I'm used to seeing here. Fair enough. But we'll see how it is. Apply spiked or dodge attacks 50 times. I don't know what the run quest does. I assume it just like gives XP to level up towards like cosmetics and things, but I don't really know. Inflict poison, burn, frostbite, or bleed. Inflict dazed or deal critical hit 60 times. We'll try going against him and see what we can line up. Also, how you doing, my friends? Similar to Monster Train, we get to start with an artifact. Who would have guessed? I really don't know most things about this game yet. Like, I have not seen anything but a handful of abilities and artifacts. And I haven't even tried out most of the character classes. On being hit, inflict 5 stacks of Frostbite to the attacker. And Frostbite is on being hit with the Binding, which are like your normal abilities. Deal 25 magic damage and lose 1 stack. Okay. Interesting. Ideally, we don't want to be hit, but I don't know how much control we're going to have over that, so maybe not terrible. So this gives +1 magic power, it looks like, which increases magic damage by 10% per point. Okay. On defeating an enemy, 25% chance to gain will. Will is like action points, it's like energy. And then Steel Brella on using physical binding, gain 1 shield twice per turn. I assume shield is 1 for 1, like temporary health. What is this? Okay, don't care. Though I do wish it would stop flashing at me. Is there a way to make that stop flashing at me? Great question. Oh, it wants me to click on one of these? Sure. Okay, I don't really care. It just wants me to designate a quest to track, I guess. I hate flashing little things in any sort. It drives me nuts. Anyways, upon defeating an enemy, 25% chance to gain 1 will. I'm gonna take that one. We'll see how it is. I'm not a big fan generally of chances to activate. Anyways, and then these are things that can augment our abilities. So we currently have 3 abilities. We have our basic throw ability, where we throw a shuriken in moderate range, deals damage, has a higher chance of crit. We have a dash that inflicts marked, which means that they take 100% extra damage from the next attack. And then we gain 1 shuriken, and shurikens are a thing that we can use for our 3rd ability, where it deals damage, and then you consume all your stacks of shurikens, and then do an extra chunk of damage per thing. And I think we're just going to go with a sharp throw for extra damage on our basic throw, since we're likely going to be using it often. Let's try the Garden's Edge. I've only really seen the Proving Ground. And I don't know if we should be going to the Proving Ground to start. I have no idea how these things scale. So, we'll start here.
Underneath the brush, you can make out the remnants of a once well-manicured garden that's been lost to time and neglect. The overgrown forest that towers over you now, some of that stillness, but none of the peace. Only danger and hostility.
Alright, let's check out Garden's Edge. Alright. So rather than having like a Slay the Spire like map, at least I don't think there's a map. Is there a map? I suppose I should actually look. Yeah. That's cosmetics. That's our stats. I don't think there's a map. Anyways, we have a choice of different things we can do. Like, both of these are both combat encounters, but they have different rewards. Quilling Cage, I think, is money. And then Tarnished Vault, I think, is items. So we're going to go for items. We'll see how this is. Okay. Let's try a combat. Okay, so we sort of have free movement. It takes up our action points to move various distances. If we're only moving a very small distance, it doesn't take up any action points to do that. Yeah, we can see what the enemies are doing. Once we end our turn, they will activate. I'm pretty sure the arrows mean that they're just directly doing damage to us. There's no way for us to, like, dodge them. Whereas there are other enemies that will have, like, area of effect attacks. When I played this originally back in testing, basically everything was area of effect, and I have heard people say that they moved more towards doing direct damage, which I know is pissing off some people, but does sort of make sense to me, since I know they don't want you to just be able to dodge everything, but when I saw the game name, I thought it was the one where you collect ink to continue through the map. I don't know what that game is, Rip. Anyways, how much damage does this do? Why are we doing so much damage? So we do 45 damage. Oh, it is empowered. Yeah, so it's flaming to show that we have a, crits work weirdly in this game, where rather than having a chance to empower the damage of that shot that you do, if you activate a crit, it empowers the next shot you do. Which I don't hate, because it means you can plan around it. So an ability will never do more damage than you're expecting it to. But, yeah, that makes sense why that was doing so much. Anyways, so we can just kind of murder them. On countdown, increase the attack of all enemies at the end of turn, restore HP to all enemies. Yeah, anyways, that's why we killed his buddies. And now we're going to dash through and then do a bunch of damage to him. And that is our turn. And then new enemies spawn. Oh, he did heal himself, unfortunately. Alright. So standing on the ink blob looks like it hurts us. And then they're both attacking for 4, and then he's attacking us as well. Fair enough. If we pick up the power orb, it grants us energy back. And I think reduces cooldowns on our abilities too. That's almost enough to kill. And then, unfortunately, our dash is not off cooldown yet. We'll pick that up. And then we've got a lot of AP to spend, and we can just kind of murder them. Not a difficult first battle. I will say, immediately the game does feel pretty fun to play. Like, but no surprise. I love roguelikes, and I love fucking tactics, positioning, sorts of things. Also, the game has a big multiplayer focus. We're just playing single player for now. I don't know if I will play any multiplayer on stream. I like multiplayer games, but I like when streaming to have kind of be able to play it at my own pace and talk about it at my own pace. Anyways, so what do we want? On your first turn, so it looks like I assume this is where our items are going. I assume it means that there's a limit, and so I assume if we go beyond that limit, we have to replace things. Which makes sense. A lot of roguelikes do that. On your first turn, inflict 4 stacks of frostbite to all enemies. I wonder if the... Oh, no, that's plus frostbite damage per stack, not plus frostbite stacks added every time it happens. Okay. So we do more damage with frostbite, and we'd inflict frostbite on all enemies, making them easier to take down. Though that would only work on the starting enemies, presumably it would not work on... presumably it would not work on, like, reinforcements. Anyways, the other two... On combat end, this vestige gains 2 max HP and restores 2 HP. Kind of like the idea of that. On combat end, this vestige gains 1 physical power up to 3 physical power. And so every physical power is worth 10% damage. So that could be up to 30% extra damage over a couple fights. I'll take it, I guess. Restore HP plus damage. So this just increases our stats. We currently don't have any poison or burn. I don't know how rare these are, but we're going to reroll and see. Yeah, because currently our abilities are all physical. I'm going to greed again. Yeah, that didn't seem worth it. Alright, we're just going to take the poison damage. I don't know if we're actually going to have any poison damage. I probably should have looked at this first. I kind of like the dash range. We're just going to take extra damage. It looks like every ability only has 3 slots, though. I don't know if we can, like, replace things once they've already filled up. We got a Potion of Power. Left click to consume. Gain 8 ability power, which looks like it just amplifies all damage, like both physical and magic. Roguebook. That was the game I thought this was by the name. Fair enough. I haven't played Roguebook. Anyways, lasts until the end of the turn, so we can buff ourselves for 1 turn. Fair enough. Trove of Bindings. Powerful new binding. Bindings are abilities. Alright, let's get a new ability. Yeah, I heard mixed things about Roguebook. I heard it was fun, but people seem to not like as much as other roguelikes. I sort of meant to play it at some point. Same with Arcanium. And I never did. Watch someone stream Roguebook and remember you used ink to open up areas of the map. Fair enough. Deal 200 damage in an arc and inflict 5 stacks of bleed. Interesting. That feels like a lot of damage. On turn end, deal 10 physical damage per stack. Okay. Cone of Frost. Deal 22 damage in a cone. Inflict 4 stacks of frostbite. 11 damage in a moderate area around you. Inflict 30 stacks of poison. On turn start, deal 5 magic damage per stack and lose half stacks. Feels like a lot of poison. Am I crazy? I mean, let's try it. Let's go for the vault, I guess. What's a barrier potion do? Gain 10 shields. I assume shield is just temp health. Alright. Treasure pot. Every 25% max HP threshold will drop some quillings. Defeating will drop even more. Will flee combat after 2 turns. Fair enough. Each time you defeat an enemy, it gains attack. Okay. And it will gain 24 shield after 2 turns. Fair enough. It's got a lot of health. And I assume these are where more enemies are going to spawn. I do want to kill this thing. I don't know if I should try to kill this thing, but I do want to. I mean, let's try this. It just seems like that's an insane amount of poison. Yeah, like, it's nutty that a single ability is gonna, like, do 200 damage. I mean, like, maybe that is just the scaling of this game. I don't really know. But that makes our life a lot easier to kill this thing. Well, I guess it does lose half its stacks. But still, that seems like a crazy amount of damage. Although, had I saved that, it would make it easier to kill this swarm of little enemies now. Oh, and he's gonna get way stronger for killing all of his buddies, isn't he? I see the point now. I assume he'll die to the poison first. I kind of would like to kill this guy, but we're not really capable of doing that. Fair enough. And he's just gonna do an AoE attack. I feel like we should kill these guys. Even if it's going to make him a lot stronger. So we're taking damage from him, though I don't know... I don't know how to avoid that. Because it seems like it's showing that it's doing an AoE attack, but it also doesn't feel like I can get out of that AoE, so I don't know if it's just guaranteed damage or what. Either way, it's fine. Oh, and it looks like the orbs also reduce your cooldowns, which is nice. Well... Alright, fair enough. Well, we're taking some damage. And yeah, he does die to that first. Sounds good. Sure, we'll get some poison applied, because that seems reasonably good for us. And then nothing's going to be hitting us. And we've maxed out our stacks of shurikens, so we're going to unload it for a bunch of damage. And then we'll just hit for a bit, and then watch everyone take a bunch of poison damage. Like, that does seem pretty powerful. It's just a lot of poison. Like, we haven't built into poison particularly strongly. We have 1 extra poison damage, but still. I mean, I guess that does build up a lot just because that specifically does 30 stacks of poison. So it's an extra 30 damage by having the 1 extra poison damage, as far as I read that. Anyways, gain 1 magic power for each binding not on cooldown. Okay, that would be good if we had more magic abilities. This is the only one that we have that's magic. On first turn, gain 2 will, so 2 extra AP turn 1. On your turn, gain 2 physical power until end of combat. Upon collecting an orb, lose 1 physical power. So we're punished for picking up the orbs. But we start... Oh, no, I'm misreading this. I assume that means every turn, gain 2 physical power. I was reading that as, on your first turn, gain 2 physical power until end of combat. But, like, if it's gain 2 physical power every turn, that's not nearly so bad. I still don't really like the on collecting an orb situation, but it's probably worth it. I'm still gonna just take this, though. But maybe I should have taken the other. Plus 20 crit damage. I kind of want to build into crit, just because this has extra crit chance. But currently we only have 8% crit chance. So with that, it ends up at 23%, which is not high. When a binding is a critical charge, deal this percentage amount in bonus damage. So we'd go from 50% extra damage to 70% extra damage. Yeah, we'll take it. We don't need the healing yet. Also should have looked at the augments first, maybe. Increase range, increase dash range. We'll do the increased dash range now, so we still have one slot open on our basic throw. Yeah, I will say, game is pretty fun so far. It hits a lot of buttons for me immediately right off the bat. Binding empowerment. Gain a free binding augment and the capability to purchase another. I assume the augments are the upgrades on them. This needs more jank. I mean, we'll build up to that, I'm sure. Rip. Carver's Refuge. Heal and spend some hard-earned quillings. I assume that's like the shop. A respite from the unraveled. This patch of peace is home to the gardener. But I don't know what the gardener is. I mean, let's go there and find out. Who are you? I said pretty, not poisonous. I understand a single word leaves room for interpretation, little quill, but do try to focus on the intent of it all. As for you, dear Needless, you may be born quiet, but that does not give you the right to sneak up on an old woman. You do have a quill to chirp for you, after all. What's our quill? Yes, you, little one. Takes a binder and a quill to do anything of note in these worlds, last I checked. You've already got the quill, so I guess that makes you a binder. Needless. Able to channel the ink to write whatever you desire, so they say. Sure. I don't totally know the lore of this game yet. Well, do you have to unlock classes or such, or you just start with everything? It looks like you have to unlock classes. Looks like there's 5 in the game currently, and we start with 3 unlocked. At the very beginning, it gave me an option of 3 to pick from. Magma Miner and Moss Cloak. And then Weaver. And then the 2 unlockable ones currently are Obelisk and Clairvoyant. I don't fully know the gameplay of each of them. I figured we would just play them in turn as we, win or fail runs. I know, like, Moss Cloak is the one I'm playing right now. It has, like, higher crit chance, does things at moderate range. Magma Miner, unless they changed it from testing, is about, like, building ramping power. You didn't go with Obelisk, the name alone would have intrigued me. It's not unlocked yet, so I can't. But Obelisk looks like it has, like, 2 shields, like, one on each arm. I don't know what it does. Presumably it builds up shields. I would expect it to probably do standard, like, tanky stuff, like stun enemies or whatever, but I don't know. Weaver looks like it ties things together and maybe does, like, elemental damage. I don't really know. And then I think someone described Clairvoyant as being like Orianna from League of Legends. So presumably, like, you toss out, like, a ball to a location and then interact with the ball at a distance or, like, recall it to you or stuff like that. Anyways. So what are we actually taking here? We can also pay to reroll, which I believe you can reroll infinitely if you're, paying enough for it. On getting shield, gain 1 stack of Shattered Will. At 10 stacks of Shattered Will, gain 1 will. So, fair enough. We aren't building up shield, so I don't particularly care. Gain 2 physical power for each binding on cooldown. Probably taking that. And using a physical binding, gain 1 shield twice per turn. I mean, that seems okay, except that, like, two shield is not that much, but if we're only taking small amounts of damage, then that would be nice. Also, I wonder, is there, like, a shield power? No. Amount of shield you start the turn with. Okay. So it doesn't look like there's a way that we can increase the amount of shield we're getting per shielding. Except, presumably, there might be, like, a artifact that does that. League of Legends, and what's that? Well, I know what it is. Yeah, I play a lot of League of Legends from time to time. Anyways, we'll take this. But yeah, I mean, we'll try out the classes as they come, and we'll see what they're like. Hard combat encounter, uncommon augment, superior vault. I don't know what glyph globule is. Actually, I think it's these purple things that we used to re-roll with earlier. I don't know what else they can be spent on, but presumably they're just a second type of currency for runs. And then, so we can either do one of the hard combats or the basic one. We're going to try this one for the superior vault. Because we can. Can I pick anywhere to stand? Only sort of. Alright, so what's your deal? On countdown, increase the attack of all enemies at the end of turn. Restore HP to all enemies. Yeah, so you're that guy. Glass cannon deals 50% increased damage and takes 50% increased damage. Alright, so they hit me for more, they take more damage. They're only doing an attack and an AoE. Oh yeah, and we can dash farther now. How cool is that? I mean, ideally we line ourselves up in such a way where we can hit multiple of them. And they're not damaging us as long as we're outside of their range. So, oh, I should have done poison before I moved, probably. Well, but they are within reach, so we can just murder them all, so we'll do that. And then we're just going to position ourselves a little better, because there's two guys coming out here. I'd like to be in range to hit them. Well, it was a good thought. They moved out of my range. Sort of. Yeah, I guess we'll do that and poison them all. Because that should do, yeah, most of their health already. So, we are going to do that. You should die from the poison now, so we just need to finish off the guy to the left. And so a small hit should be enough to finish him. I could also just hit him once more just to make sure. You know what? Let's do that. But they should all die. Oh, no, I guess not. I thought poison said it started that it went at the beginning of your turn. Maybe it's at the beginning of my turn is what it means. And so maybe bleed is at the end of my turn. Either way, I'm just trying to figure out when it takes effect so I know what to plan around. Because those are very different things. Anyways, either way, we're sort of fine. And our ability, because it's critting, is enough to kill. I think even without critting it kills, right? Yeah. Turns out, that's the bonus of taking a bunch of physical power and loading it up with attack damage. Alright, not too bad so far. For a hard combat, that wasn't too difficult for us. Interesting. So you can get two of the same, because I already have that. Interesting. We're already most of the way filled on this. Well, we're halfway filled. On your first turn, gain 1 will and 5 magic power until end of turn. Again, we don't really need magic power. I am going to reroll. Plus 10 max HP. On being hit, deal 90 physical damage to the attacker. I assume that's increased by our physical power as well. Sea Umbrella, we already saw. Beat of Flame. Plus 5 burn damage. On collecting an orb, inflict 3 stacks of burn on the nearest enemy. I mean, the Braided Acacia might be the way to go. But let's try... Yeah, I assume we also just don't have a lot of these unlocked yet. Because I know that we unlocked a couple for doing like the tutorial things. On your turn, restore 1 HP. Sure, we'll take that. Not like amazing, but it seems reasonably good. I will just take physical power because that seems useful. Is it single player? It is both single and multiplayer. I'm currently playing single player. But but it has a big multiplayer focus. You can play it with up to 4 players in a run at the same time. I have not done any of that, but I know it is a possibility. So we can upgrade that to have 2 stacks of bleed. Unfortunately, I can't hover to see what bleed does currently. Random queue? I don't know. Multiplayer co-op? Yes, multiplayer co-op. I don't know if it has random queue. I assume it probably does. In between runs, you'll see that we go to like this hub area where you can see all the other players running around. So presumably you can form groups with people that way or on the Discord or whatever. I don't know if they have an actual like random queue for people though. They might, but I wasn't too concerned, so I didn't look at it. On passing through allies or enemies, gain shield or wider area of effect. I think we're going to take the shielding dash. Also, how you doing, Ether? Alright, let's get a new ability. Let's grab ourselves a fish. Although we already have our slots filled because I neglected to use them. Helmet crab. I gotta say, that's a super cute picture. Kind of love that. Left click to consume. Gain 3 shielding lost at the end of combat. And so shielding, that's the wrong button. That's the right button. So shielding, I believe, means that we would gain 3 shield every turn. So we could either have the barrier potion, which is 10 shield for 1 turn, or 3 shielding every turn. And I think we'll drop that. I do really hope it's not peer-to-peer networking. I had that in Spellforce 3, and boy, I will know the instant I load into the game if my allies on the other side of the globe or not. 1 to 2 second delay input. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea. Alright, so we can get a new binding, which are new abilities. I don't know if these are specific to our class, or if they're shared between all of the classes, or if there's a combination of the two. I kind of assume they're not class specific, because they don't seem like very thematically tuned to our class or whatever. But I could be wrong. Don't know. Gain 4 shield and 2 stacks of spiked for 1 AP. They are not. Oh, Caps is on. Fair point. Doing fine at a new monitor today, debating if I want to return it and get a better one. I mean, depends on how good it is, but it's the sort of thing that's going to be with you for a long time, so I generally feel like, you know, if you're willing to shell out a little bit extra, it's probably better to get the nicer one. Not that I should talk, because I haven't gotten a new monitor in a long time, but, you know. An ally gains 1 stack of evasive and gains critical charge on a random binding. Well, we don't have any allies, so we're not going to take that. Also was evasive. On being hit with a direct attack, dodge instead and lose 1 stack. On turn start, lose all stacks. Okay, yeah. As I would expect for that. I cheapskated and bought an on sale one for under $200. You can use on yourself? Good. Okay. Good to know. Usually a lot of games when they say ally will mean someone who is not yourself. I mean, I kind of like that. I don't think we need shield wall. I think we'll take after image. Just being able to dodge something seems nice. One thing I don't know, though, is how it's going to determine which attack we dodge if there are multiple enemies attacking us. Like, I don't know if it's always, like, elites go first, or if it's by range, or what. Or if it's, like, by the order that the enemy spawned in. Anyways. Tethered Shrine. Within the ruins, your quill senses forgotten power for you to harness. Don't know what that means. We do still have a lot of cash. We could spend some. And I think these are events. Like the cavern events and Monster Train or whatnot. We're gonna... What monitor am I using? Literally no idea. It was a monitor that was given to me, and I do not know at all what the model is. But it works for me. Actually, you have 2 monitors, but the other one is older and less good. And I also have no idea what its model is. Anyways, we're definitely taking the physical power here. We don't need the healing. We don't need the magic power all that much. I will happily take more damage, though. Yeah, I am not the person to ask about computer parts, like, whatsoever. As much as I am a nerd in many ways, I've never been good with the computer parts, and I always have to ask friends for advice. Alright, Nim the Lost. So this looks like it's a mini-boss. On turn start, Nim's allies gain attack. On defeating one of Nim's allies, Nim gains attack. Fair enough. Yes, I can line it up. Alright, we're gonna do that. It does make him stronger, but that's fine. I was hoping that was gonna end up on the other side of him. But I have plenty of AP to use still. So we're gonna do this and just kind of slowly work our way over to safety, I think. Yeah, because now we're fine. And we'll gain 1 HP from our little heart thing. What was that? Okay. Yeah, I'll just beat him to death and end our turn. Monitor's a pretty person-person thing. Fine with my 1080 monitors with high hertz and decent color range. Yeah, like I don't need my monitor to be absolutely insane. I do know some people who upgrade their monitor at least once a year because they just always want to be on the cutting edge of it being as nice as possible. But yeah, I am not that person. Also, how you doing, Ashiaka? Alright, well, we're gonna keep making him stronger, but that's fine. Oh, and that's right, we took the shielding dash, so that's actually not that bad for us. Man, our flurry attack does not do that much more damage than our basic attack right now. Well, let's just keep doing it. I could use After Image, but I figured we would want to save that for an attack that deals more damage to us. Interesting. Immune to bindings and damage with legs. It looks like since we brought him down to half health, he does a form change. And so it looks like we canceled his attack, and then we can't hurt him anymore. It's interesting that that's a mechanic. But hey, good to know. Haven't used a curved monitor, nor am I particularly interested in them. Yeah, I've never been interested in that, but I know some people who swear by them. Anyways, he's got more buddies. We're gonna keep buffing him up by killing his friends, even though it is making him stronger, but that's okay. I meant to move a little bit as I was doing that. Also, I should not have done that in the order I did it because we wasted the marked on our attack that deals trivial damage, and I totally spaced on that. That's fine. Alright, let's get the damage we can get. I mean, I may as well use After Image. Presumably, while it says we're taking 2 damage, we're not actually going to take 2 damage, unless that's accounting for the shield we're losing. Oh, it's a direct attack. It's not just any attack. Gotcha. I understand now. Okay, but at the very least, we've marked him, and now we have critical on our thing because After Image gave that to us, and so we're now doing a good, hefty bit of damage. It's a nice, like, 400 damage hit. I'll take it. and then we'll just beat him to death since we do a non-trivial amount of damage. Haven't tried multiplayer yet? Nope, not yet. I didn't play like any of this today. I played a tiny bit of this in testing, but yeah, you don't have to buy it, Ashiaka. You just have to change yourself off of the beta branch. You already are in the game. Yeah, Ashiaka was just expecting that he'd have to buy it now that it's actually out, despite being a tester. Ascend Binding. Alright, so it looks like we get to upgrade our ability into a one of two cooler versions. I do wonder if every ability only has 2 ascensions, or if these are just the ones we happen to roll. So either deal 80 damage, then consume your shuriken and unleash them forward, each dealing 80 damage. If you defeat an enemy, gain 3 shuriken and reset cooldown to 0. So we can potentially try to chain by killing enemies. It doesn't refund the ability points, but yeah, they have more. That's cool. I like that. I don't know if the re-rolling is re-rolling to a different ability or just re-rolling the different ascension options for this one ability. Anyways, Relentless Barrage. Deal 32 damage, then consume your shuriken and unleash them forward. Each successive shuriken deals an additional plus 32 damage. And currently we have 56 damage, then consume your shuriken and unleash them forward. I don't know if it's 56 damage taking into account our physical power. I don't know if these are taking into account our power or not, because I think this started at like 35. It's full reroll, so it picks from all your abilities. Gotcha. That's what I would have expected, but it's one of those things where every roguelike is going to do that slightly differently. Anyway, so it looks like this one has better long-term damage potential, because if we are throwing it out with max stacks of shurikens, then we'll do a lot more damage, but we will do less damage if we have low shurikens, I believe is the intent behind this one. I mean, we'll take it. We'll see how it goes. Because I think at plus 35 extra damage. Plus 5 poison damage. Interesting. Okay, these are all kind of cool. And I assume the plus 5 poison damage is only on that ability? Presumably. Maybe not. I don't know. Either way, the plus 5 poison damage is actually kind of appealing, given that this applies 30 stacks of poison, so it's an extra 150 damage. Or we get 35 extra damage on our basic attack, which is a lot. Or that costs 1 less, and so then after image is free every time we do it. It's not, it's all poison damage. I mean, that's cool. And that's good to know. I thought it might be like that, just because otherwise it'd be hard for it to track, because, you know, it's not gonna... There's no sense in it coding, like, which stacks came from putrid poison and which stacks came from something else, or whatever. Either way, that's a little less appealing just because we don't have any other sources of poison currently. Also, I'm curious if re-rolling would keep it at the, like, epic reward level or whatever this is called. Like, rare, epic, whatever. I assume it's just rare. But I don't know how many different reward tiers are in this game. So far, I've seen white, green, blue, and purple. Anyways, I assume it would keep it at that same level and just pick different augments. Does keep the level. Gotcha. Again, it makes sense. That's how most games would do it. We're just going to take Piercing Throw. And yeah, it looks like they just capped out now. You know, I feel a little bad as I didn't play the beta much, and I didn't even win or lose the run, encountered a bug where I could neither kill the boss nor be killed as action stop being registered. Yeah, didn't play much of the beta as much as I intended to. And I felt a little bad that I didn't, but it is what it is. I had other things to do, and here we are. There's upgrades to both Shuriken and Barrage that do poison damage, but if you're not leaning on them, the poison stuff is less impressive since it applies after the enemy's attack. Yeah, like, it looks like it could be very powerful for us, but I didn't get any upgrades for that so far, so here we are. How you doing, Tom?
I think we've run out of things to talk about.
Fair enough. Yeah, we'll take the crit chance. But yeah, I feel bad in particular because they reached out to me specifically. Like, I didn't reach out to them. They contacted me because I stream so much Monster Train and I'm always active on the Discord. And I really appreciate that they did that and that they sort of know who I am. But I felt a little bad that I didn't actually spend that much time giving feedback like I meant to. The Silent Promenade. Terrorized by evils lurking in the depths. Let's check out the Silent Promenade. I don't know what to expect from any of these things. We'll see.
The promenade sits empty as it has for ages. The last remnants of the Silent City.
Maybe one day we'll understand you, Quill. I will say, I'm really enjoying what I'm playing so far. I was worried that, since this game has a multiplayer focus, I was worried that it wouldn't be tuned well for single player or wouldn't be satisfying to play for single player, but so far I'm having a lot of fun. Is this ranked? No, this is unranked. I don't know what the difference is between ranked and unranked. Regardless, if I can fix my sleep schedule this week, I'll definitely be playing it before my GDQ break. Understandable. My sleep schedule's been all fucked for like the last week and a half. Partly my own fault. Largely my own fault even. Nonetheless, God, I really gotta like use my potions. Looks like we could use this now. You know what? It's a bit of a waste, but we're gonna use that now so we can pick up a potion. Reduce all cooldowns by 3. Alright, fair enough. I don't know either. I was hoping you would. Yeah, I don't know. I assumed it was like a score thing, or maybe it's like similar to like Ascension levels or Covenant ranks, whatever. At the start of turn, create a small blight pool. I assume that's that right there. Yeah, which deals damage to us if we stand in it. And fair enough. Unfortunately, I made the mistake of picking up a book to read, and I have no impulse control when it comes to reading. What book did you pick up, Ashiaka? Speaking as someone who reads a ton and also needs more books to read, kind of. So we could use After Image to dodge one of these attacks. I think we're just going to murder those guys. Refresh our power. Oops, it would help if I click the right button. And then we've still got a fucking ton of will, partly because it looks like this triggered a number of times. So we started at 5 will, we ended up at 6. So... I felt like a little bit of a waste, but we got there, so... I mean, he's not doing any damage to us, so... Because it looks like we've got 5 shield. So I'm not going to worry about that. Oh, probably because we started with the 3 shielding at the beginning of the turn. Forgot that we had that. Either way, we're going to poison him because reasons. Because it's a lot of damage to him over a couple turns. Oh, and it looks like 1 damage did get through. I'm not sure why that happened, but that's fine. 1 damage is not a big deal to us. Amplified Channeler. Inflicting Amplify, increasing incoming damage by 50% per stack. Defeat to cleanse the effect. Okay, well that seems like a reasonable thing to want to deal with. Alright, so we can hit all of those. We can hit all of those. And then we still got 2 AP. We can just absolutely blow him up because we do a lot of damage and we had a lot of stacks. We're gonna leave the power orb on the ground, I think. Because I assume they'll still be there next turn. Oh, I see. I did see that it mentioned that it's gonna blow when we kill these guys, but then it didn't seem like they were indicating they were doing any damage. It looks like they explode the turn after you kill them, which is kind of cool. I think I like that as an alternative to them blowing up the moment you kill them. I can't really line up a shot that hits both of you, so we'll just go ahead and kill you. Which actually worked out okay, because our thing activated on both of those and gave us extra AP. I gotta say, our build is working real well so far. Malice and Misrule, Gay Sleeping Beauty were the first 2, but while I like them, they're very bittersweet, I suppose. Quite hooked on Chronicles of Dorsa, finished the first book of 3 yesterday and have started the second. I am not familiar with any of those. Next book I'm really looking forward to is Inkbound, I think it's called. The last book of Cradle. On defeating an enemy, gain 2 stacks of Shattered Will. I assume that doesn't carry over from battle to battle. What that does mean is that once we kill 5 enemies, we'll gain an extra AP, which, with a lot of, tiny little minions, builds up reasonably fast. On your first turn, gain 1 will and 5 magic. No. I think we're okay with taking another of these. It's not, like, incredible for us, especially because our abilities have low cooldowns. I don't know that we want to spend our rerolls on these. Yeah, I was hoping Inkbound would come out the 2nd, but it's the 7th. I believe it's the 6th, but either way. Also, I didn't realize that you had read Cradle. But yeah, I'm really excited for it. We'll just take the physical power. Crit damage seems cool, but, physical power is physical power, and we're a madman. We'll take it. Sure can deal plus 5 damage, minus 1 cooldown, reduce cooldown over highest cooldown binding by 1. Interesting. Is this related to Cradle to the Grave of Jetly? Absolutely not. Side note, though, minor tangent. That reminds me of a project that my brother and his friends took on at one point, where I think they went up to 13, but they watched a series of movies over the course of a couple of weeks where every movie had to have a number in the title. And so they had, like, the one with Jet Li, and I think, like, It Takes Two was the number 2, and number 3 was Three Musketeers, and so on and so forth. And I think they went up to 13. And then they had a scoring rubric for how well the team in each movie performed in a variety of different factors. Like, I forget what all rubrics they picked, but they basically picked, like, one aspect that they expected each team would do well on. And so then ranked them all. Anyways, it was a fun project. It was kind of cool. They also, some of the movies substantially better than others. Anyways, what are we picking here? I kind of like the idea of lower cooldown on Quickened Vapor. Sure can deal plus 5 extra damage, seems nice. I don't know if that plus 5 damage is affected by physical power. I assume it is. It doesn't seem like that much, but it's probably worth it. We'll just take that, I guess. Okay, I think it was affected by it. I think it was like 32, and now it's 45. Started reading Cradle because coworkers telling me about the books and found myself wanting to read them, even if I know most of the main plot points. Yeah, they're a lot of fun. I was reading them last year, and I've been rereading them because they're real good. A lost quill wanders the waste of Runestone Silent Promenade. I have no idea what that does. We should probably visit the shop at some point, just because we're sitting on 480. Kind of want to visit that, but I haven't visited the hovel before. Let's visit the hovel. A bit drab, isn't it? You work so hard to create something, but in the end, it's all just mush and sludge. Though, it's not without its comforts. There's the looming end of it all. I'm sure you'd agree, wouldn't you? Needless. Always derided as lesser than. Ordered to interpret whatever vague directions you're given. And for what? To help your Inkbound? No. Your bindery trick ticks towards a better world for all of us. And your Inkbound knows this better than any, despite their attempts to delay. Okay. Good talk. Alright, rare vestige it looks like. +1 shielding, and on being hit, gain 1 will on next turn, once per turn. Okay. Seems good. On combat end, this vestige gains 1 ability power. If you have full HP, it gains additional ability power. We're probably taking that, because it sounds like that stacks an unlimited amount. On your first turn, gain 2 stacks of spikes for each damage resist. Okay. And so it would give us 10% damage resist, and then presumably would be giving us 20 spiked on turn 1. I'm still going to take the Golden Sails, though. Will White's new book series is apparently good fun if you haven't read the first book yet. Very silly. I just wrote to have fun, kind of feel... Oh, yeah. I already read it. It's good. That is a good way to describe it, though. Does stack endlessly, but there's only so many fights in a run. Yeah, for sure. But I assumed that... Pure guesswork, I assumed we were going to go through at least, like, 3 areas, and so I assumed we had a reasonable number of fights left to go, since we're only on Area 2. But I don't know. But I assumed we'd get plenty of work out of it, especially if we can maintain a max health, which I don't know if we will. Well, I do want to kill that thing. Oh, what the fuck are you? I didn't even realize you were a thing. Are you supposed to be under the ground like that? I assume you are. Yeah, burrowed. It just did not click with me at first that this was an enemy. Alright, good to realize. Alright. Well, I'm glad that that triggered to get us extra AP. I didn't mean to click on the potion power. I was just trying to click on the bottom of the screen. Well, we accidentally wasted one of our potions, but fine. We'll put it to use, I guess. Well, I should have poisoned that guy earlier, but here we are. We're just gonna kill this thing. Although we did end up with 1 extra AP, but I'm not gonna walk back in there, so here we are. I wonder if there's a... Oh, hey, that's how you can move the camera. I wonder if there's a thing to lock yourself in the movement circle. I know you can do that with, like, an ability. I guess I could just do that. I just wanted to try to get to the max range. I don't know why I need to care about that, though, since I'm not going to be attacking anyways. Still waiting for the jank. Give it time, Rip. Give it time. Every game needs time to discover the true jank within. Anyways, yeah, I guess we're just going to end our turn so we don't take damage. Well... Good to know that that's what horror is within. We're not quite there yet. Yeah, you hit for a lot, I gotta say. but... yeah, I don't really want to... Okay, we can take the power orb, although I should have moved a little closer to it before doing that. So we're going to kill that. We have a lot more AP than I was expecting to now. Okay, so we're going to give ourselves evasive, so that as long as we get out of this circle, we'll not take any damage. So presumably he'll take the full damage because he's going to unsubmerge before the poison deals damage. And then we're just going to get outside of the range because reasons. We're going to stand right here, even though we are going to be swarmed by enemies. Alright, so we dodge that. He takes a bunch. He burrows again. Who would have guessed? His burrowed animation looks kind of derpy. There are a lot of enemies that are targeting us, and I'm not, like, super excited about that. Okay. Well, I kill you. And that does... Okay, because he's only doing 2 damage. So we're actually totally fine. I'm trying to end it at max power. Or max HP. Which, surprisingly, we are doing. Oh! Have to know it's not jank to start janking. Yep, that is true. There are a lot of enemies. Luckily, we kind of slaughter most of them. Oh, I accidentally lined up where I wasn't killing him. I thought I was killing him. Oh. Well, fuck. That's a lot of damage because of him. Fuck. Well, I definitely fucked this up. Okay, I'm very glad that that got me AP back, because I was really hoping that it would, and I wasn't sure that it would. The purple goop is Blight. It deals unpreventable damage to you when you take an action or end your turn in it. Well, that would have been nice to know beforehand. Because now I took that damage that I was so desperately trying to avoid. Well, that's annoying. I'm sort of unhappy to learn that after... Because I was so close to ending that at full health. And then had I just known that before it dealt the damage to me, that would have been nice. Alright. So presumably we gotta drop an item for this. I'm not sure what we want to drop. When consuming an item in combat, this vestige gains 2 ability power. I assume that means permanently. As in, until we drop the item. Plus 100 crit damage, which I don't care too much about because we don't have a lot of crit chance yet. On defeating an enemy inflicted with burn, this vestige gains 1 burn damage. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that, and we'll replace the training weights, because it just means that we need to... MMO rule number 1, don't stand bad, just don't. I mean, yeah, I figured that out. I just didn't think it was going to take effect when I took an action. or at least that the game would have warned me about that ahead of time. Because it was very clear that it was indicating that I would take damage at the end of the turn, but it did not make it clear that I would take damage just for doing the thing. Anyways, yeah, I think we're replacing the training weights because we lose a little bit of power immediately, but it's not a bad trade-off because it will quickly build up as long as I'm using items. And I've got one item. Had I not accidentally used up my other thing, that would have been nice. Gain 2 physical power for each enemy you pass through until your next attack. I mean, that's cool. 10 stacks of poison is pretty nice. Or +1 stack of evasive. You jerks. Oh, anyways. Yeah, I think we're taking the extra evasive. Alright, and so presumably this ascends one of our bindings. Ascension options! Contaminate! Dash medium distance, inflict marked, inflict 20 stacks of poison, inflict toxic. Yeah. You know what I really appreciate? I really appreciate that this fucking highlights what's different about the ability. There are too many roguelikes that don't do that. Like, it's nice to be able to just easily be able to parse what exactly is different. And, like, I know it's not that hard most of the time, but it's nice to have just a very clear distinction of everything that's changing. Anyways. So we can either inflict 20 stacks of poison, and what's toxic? On defeat, inflict stacks of poison to nearby enemies. Okay, that's kind of cool, given our poison vapor as well. I do like the crit chance on this, though. And to increase, it's gain a crit chance on a random bind for each enemy that I pass through. I don't know. I kind of want to do the poison just because it combos off poison vapor, but I am not really doing all that much with poison. And it feels like a waste, maybe, to do that. Like, it is also just 20 stacks of poison on its own, which is a non-trivial amount of damage. Though it doesn't take effect until after their turn is over. I'm just going to take Deadly Dance, I guess. We might want to go there. Did we ever go to the Tethered Shrine? Binding Empowerment? I don't know that we need that, though it seems like maybe it would be good. I kind of want to go to the Refuge, try to get our HP back to max, even though we're not that far down, really. But what is the Tethered Shrine? I don't remember if I went there or not. And that also feels like maybe I should do that. But we have so much money to spend, and I feel like I should be spending it. I don't know. I'm definitely analysis paralysis-ing, and I don't know why. Let's go to the shrine, because I don't remember what the shrine does if we actually went to the shrine. Oh, it's just stuff. Okay. I'm trying to understand what group play would bring to this. Obviously, harder fights, but such a small fight area, I just can't picture it. I can picture it. I mean, I haven't played multiplayer yet, but like, you can take your turn simultaneously, so you can do, like, okay, couple things. Number one, you can split up and, like, focus on different enemies. You can have people focus their builds in different ways, like have someone focus on doing, like, chaff clearing, whereas somebody else focuses on being able to do big, meaty hits to take out, like, elite enemies. but is very bad at dealing with the like large groups of enemies. So you can do fun things like that where everyone is specializing for their own sort of thing. Or you can have somebody build to be like tanky and try to like draw aggro and things like that. Also, I don't know how much this game takes advantage of it, but it could be things like if there are a lot of if there are classes that have more like positioning abilities where you can like move enemies or allies around, you can do things like that where you can play with the arena and have like one person like line up all the enemies so then the other players can get like a cool, big meaty hit. Sounds like you're expecting a lot of coordination between up to 4 random people. Well, I don't think it's totally random people though, and I do know that obviously they've been trying to implement like a ping system and such so that you can communicate with your allies better. But, like, I'm imagining a group of 4 people in Discord who are talking about it and lining it up. Do I think that they needed to focus on multiplayer? Absolutely not. But I can understand what it might possibly bring to the table. Anyways, I am just going to take the HP, even though I know it's the wrong choice. And then, yes, give me a potion, because I need to eat them in combat. Disintegration oil. Inflict hex and shatter on all enemies. Alright, so just plus 30% magic damage and plus 30% physical damage for 1 turn. Alright. Rare augment, glyph globe. I assume glyphs are the purple things. Rare augment and heroic vault. Let's try it. Even though we're already full up on items, I'm sure there are better things that we could swap out for. It's our favorite fucking worm. At least we do a lot of damage. Alright, so here's the deal. We're gonna start by poisoning, because I'd love to get poison on our good buddy and pal. I really didn't need to pick that up this turn, and I should not have done so. And evasive is lost at the beginning of the turn, which is what I thought. Well, I mean, like, we should probably still get some damage in on him. Come on, we're just, like, right at the wrong range for it. Fine. Yeah, and now we just... Oh, I guess we got more AP than I thought we did. I just can't move quite where I want to. Either way, that's fine. We'll end our turn... I guess we'll end it right here. And then he takes a good chunk of damage from the poison, like a good friendly foe. Oh yeah, I did forget that picking up the orb refreshed our cooldown on our dash. And I did it again, where I fucking spaced out that there was a pool underneath him. God. Ugh. Well, I'm annoyed that I let myself do that. Again. Also... I didn't realize that was the last AP that I had. That's fine. We take some damage, whatever. Life is pain. Turns out our shurikens do a lot of damage. Okay, we're gonna drink this now so that I can do... I didn't even realize there's a guy back there. So we're gonna do that, even though we don't really need the poison on these guys. have tons of AP to spend. So we're just gonna run over here and murder him. And then we're going to end our turn here. Level up. I don't fully know what leveling up does. I assume it's just, like, cosmetic things. But we'll find out. I forgot we had that ability unused, and God does it do a lot of damage when it's fully stacked up. Well, I'm annoyed that I let myself take damage for derpy reasons again. Another Chalice of Champions does not seem unwelcome, except for the part where I just ate my items. On hitting enemies for the first time each turn, inflict 3 stacks of burn. Deal 17 magic damage per stack. On turn start, lose 1 stack. Gotcha. But when does it deal the damage? Okay, fair enough. Does it only apply the damage when burn is inflicted? I assumed it was like an every turn damage thing. But maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't know what we want to swap out. We'll swap out one of the powder keg stockpiles or the future willer, but I do kind of like that. If it's on application, that's an interesting scaling option. Yeah, I agreed, but I need to understand how it works. Alright, we're going to swap that one out, even though I kind of like it. It's been doing decent work for us. We'll just take the ability power rather than trying to heal. And plus 5 poison damage. An additional random binding gains crit. Or, on your turn, gain 1 shuriken. I do kind of like that. So we gain shurikens much faster. Let's do that. Whoops. Wrong button. Yeah, because we gain power much faster that way. I mean, let's just go to the shrine. Because we get free stuff for going here. I'm just going to take the healing, even though I don't super need it. But I don't have anything that deals burn damage currently, and nor do I have anything that applies spiked, and I don't really plan on changing that. The Rhinferno! He is a large fucking AoE. Unfortunately, this second chalice does fuck all for me because I have no items to consume. Is that hitting him? That is hitting him. Okay. We're gonna do that so we can start getting some poison on him. And then we're just gonna cowardly run out of his damage zone. Because, you know, reasons. And they're going to explode. Yeah, we're gonna do this. And then this is gonna do a massive amount of damage because we now have max shurikens. It's got the crit as well. And so it's doing 1,000 some damage. And yeah, we'll take that. And then we're fine because they explode. And then he slams and magmas the ground, it looks like. Yeah, I'm willing to spend 1 AP moving because then we only have to spend 1 shot to kill both of them. Is that hitting you? I'll apply the poison. I'm not totally sure that I need to be doing that. I mean, it's good. Flashback of the lava lizard in Elden Ring. Oof. Yeah. And if it wasn't clear, the arena is shrinking every turn, basically, as well. Can I hit that from here? No? Alright. Alright, so it still gives me 1 AP to use, which we're just going to use with our friendly Shuriken Toss again, or whatever it's called, Relentless Barrage, because it does a sort of obscene amount of damage. Hello, Squeak. How you doing, my friend? I think that hits him. Let's try this. Okay. Oh, and that's not quite killing him. Well, mistakes were made. Yeah, I took a gamble. I thought I could kill him if I did this, but we're not quite doing enough damage. Alright, well, we're gonna not end... Oh, no, it did kill him. Oh, no, never mind. It did. I was right the first time. That was something different. He's at 74 HP, and unfortunately there's nothing we can do to prevent the damage. I think it's not that much damage, but it does mean that once again we don't finish it at full health. How is the video game so far? I'm enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun. Oh, we've only tried out one of the characters, and I haven't finished a full run yet, but I'm enjoying it. Like I was saying earlier, I was worried that it wouldn't be as fun for for single player because it looked like it has a big multiplayer focus. But I'm enjoying it a lot so far, so we'll see. We'll see if it holds my interest long term. But so far, I like it, and I am excited to try out the other classes. Anyways, deal 207 damage to enemies, and deal 287 damage to enemies at max range. I assume that's 287 instead of 207 rather than in addition, but I don't know. Or deal 172 damage and inflict 15 stacks of poison. On critting, inflict 15 more stacks of poison and plus 20 crit chance. I mean, I kind of like that. The only problem is the poison doesn't take effect until after they have a chance to attack, which I don't love that. I'm gonna reroll out of curiosity. An ally gains 4 stacks of evasive, but we would no longer get the critical charge in random binding. Or, ally gains 5 stacks of stealth and gains critical charge. What is stealth? Plus 10 ability power on being hit with a direct attack and dodge instead and lose 1 stack. On using a binding, lose 1 stack, max 5 stacks. Okay. I think we like Shadow Image. I mean, it looks pretty good. It also doesn't say that it goes away at the end of turn. Or, you know, at the start of your next turn. I kind of assume it does. Maybe it doesn't. I wonder... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll take Shadow Image, I guess. Gain critical charge on a random biting. We don't super need that, kind of. -1 will cost. So it just goes down to costing 0. Yeah, I'll take that, I think. The poison damage also would have been nice had we taken the poison version of this. Shiny Shoe is acknowledging how OP stealth is and everything by making it OP in all their games, it would seem. Yeah, definitely feels like that. I mean, it's not like the end-all be-all, but I'll take it. Also, please stop glowing at me thing. I don't really care. I really hate glowing little buttons. They drive me nuts. Also, I should have double-checked that I had gotten everything, but I didn't. I don't know what item draft reward available means. But that's fine. The familiar sight of Un within the vast expanse of the Sea of Ink bleeds together with the fragments of story this villain hails from to create an altogether unsettling place. The villain's lair, a dank and mutilated place cobbled together by the sheer power of the Unbound, residing in some unknown section of the sea. There is no story here, no intent, only chaos. Alright, good talk. Fair enough. I assume that's just telling us that this is this boss's specific area. What the fuck are you? Box of Ink. Each turn increases attack and shield of all enemies and then creates a new minion. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna let that happen. God, you do a lot of attack. But it's also not that bad. So we just need to not be in your range, and we'll be okay. Okay, so, first off. Once again, should have done the poison first. Wasn't thinking about it. Yeah. Well, we're still gonna do this and hit. Oops. Hit just him because it's still 30 stacks of poison. And then we're gonna give ourselves. Why did we get evasive and stealth? Feels like that. Oh, it's because we had the evasive upgrade. Totally forgot that we had that on there. Gotcha. There's a little claim rewards button in the top right corner. Oh, that thing. Fair enough. Gotcha. And that does do a lot of damage if we do that now. I guess we'll do that now. Because then we still have plenty of stacks of stealth. I was going to wait for that to build up to next turn, but we're not going to worry about that. Anyways, they try to murder us. Unfortunately, he creates more enemies, which is why we were trying to kill him as soon as possible, because that's just a lot of shit going on. We do at least just kind of murder things, though. But there's also a lot of shit happening. Okay, we probably want to work our way over to... Oh, no. Stealth just doesn't wear off at the beginning of your turn. We will run through it because we lose 1 stack every time we attack. But still, good to know. Well... I do not do a lot of damage to these guys. How do I want to do this? I do kind of just want to do that. And then we can pick up the power orb. We can dash through. And that doesn't quite kill, but we can pick up this. And then we can kill that, and then we still take just an obscene amount of damage, unfortunately. Because I don't have a way around that. Alright, well, I killed that thing, but we're taking a lot of damage. Alright, fair enough. I did my best, and then I got stabbed repeatedly and often. Okay. Well, at least they're all just doing that this turn. There's no spot where I can hit all 4 of them. So, at least do that. I probably should have done this in a slightly different order, but that's okay. And I'm still... Oh, you're direct attacking, and for some reason I thought you weren't. That's fine. We should be able to kill you just barely, but we can. So we're not taking damage from you. So we should be able to win this fight, even though we took just a lot of damage all at once. Again, we'll be okay here because our stealth ability is up now. Do I want to use that yet? I don't think I do. Yeah, that's fine. And I don't have the ability to move at all. He's going to try to attack us. That's fine. We will let him waste his time. We're up to max shurikens now. And we can also mark him with the dash. And we'll just absolutely obliterate him with that. Well, took a lot of damage, but we're fine. We're just going to take the ability power, because why would we ever take HP and be responsible? Plus ability power. On your turn, smite all enemies. Smite. Deal 1 of 5 magic damage to an enemy. Okay. Is that at the start of my turn? Is that the end of the turn? I mean, just a free 105 magic damage to all enemies is not unwelcome. On using binding, deal 125 physical damage to the nearest enemy. Also feels pretty good. On your turn, all movement bindings gain full cost discount, and we get extra crit damage. Interesting. Because we only got 1 movement binding, presumably. Yeah, physical movement. And so that's the only one that counts for that. But it would mean that we'd never have to spend AP on that, which is pretty cool. I think we probably want one of the others, though. Also, it's annoying that I still have no items to consume for this Chalice of Champions, so it's doing fuck all for us right now. Maybe we just want this? I guess we'll take this, and we'll swap out one of the Powder Monkey stockpiles. Yeah, I guess. We'll see how that goes. Reduce will of a random binding by 1. All bindings deal plus 25% damage to enemies inflicted with poison, or gain 1 stack of evasive. I mean, all of those are good. I think we probably want the evasive dash. But debilitating poison is cool. We'll take the dash one. It just gives us more defensive options. Also, I've just been stacking currency, and I have no way to use it. Well, saying that, we are now forced to go to a shop, so, alright, fair enough.
You're gonna buy something, or just keep gawking like that?
Withered tracks. What is that? Movement represents how far you can move per will spent. What is our current thing? 25. Okay, that's a fair increase. You and your allies are immune to rooted and ensnared. Does not stack. Don't care. We already saw the pile of tiles, which seems kind of nice. Forge the lightning bolts. On smiting an enemy, smite it again. Given that we have a thing that just smites... don't forget the button. Fair enough. I will try to remember to do that momentarily. I don't know if clicking leave here locks us out of buying anything, though, so we're going to do this right now. But anyways, we'll buy the Forged Lightning Bolts. And we'll get rid of that, even though I maybe should just get rid of the Tiny Heartstone. Alright, so what is this? Alright, fair enough. We just get more stuff. On hitting, inflict 1 stack of shocked. I knew someone was going to mention the bell. On hitting an enemy inflicted with shocks, the enemy and all other shocked enemies are dealt 50% of that damage and lose 1 stack. Okay. I mean, that seems kind of cool. I kind of want to take Forged Lightning Bolts and then have us just go again. Sure. I have liked you, Tiny Heartstone, but we'll drop that, I guess. And we may as well heal to full off of that. Out of curiosity, if anyone can answer, what did we do to earn the item draft? Since I know it's been there for a while, and I just did not realize it. But I don't know what caused it in the first place. Alright, is this the boss? But yep, turns out I definitely should have replaced that chalice that I never used because I don't have any items, and it's just dead weight for us. Alright. There's a run quest at the beginning of the run. Gotcha. Yeah, so finishing that is what got us that. Okay. I was wondering what the run quest did. Alright, fair enough. Alright, well, we already did like 700 damage to them just by existing. It's a flying stone goat head. I guess? It's not how I was viewing it, but now that you've said that, I can see it. Anyways, so what's the deal here? Reduces all incoming damage by 80%, forces the hands to hit the head. Force the hands to hit the head to greatly increase the damage it takes. Cannot be defeated except when forcing it to smash into the head. Deals less damage the lower its HP is. Okay. But how do I force it to hit? Do I have to just get it to, like, line up with the boss? That's what it sounds like. But I could also just kill them. But I worry... Okay, I don't understand how to make it smash into the boss. Like, can I make it smash into the boss by hitting them? I know you can push things back slightly, but I don't know that I believe these things. All right. Poison boss, run away, see what happens. That was my thought. Yeah, I mean, we can do that and get out of range, so see what happens. Ah. Okay. I don't know what the deal is with these things. I assume they just are things that I need to murder. Easy to anger. Faces towards the player that last hit with a damaging binding. Gotcha. Yeah, I figured it was going to be something like this. And so he's going to try to slam us down. Alright, fair enough. But I've already dealt just a good chunk of damage to them with my smiting, which means it's a lot harder for us to get any damage on the boss, I think. Well, we'll see what we can do. I probably should have done that in a slightly different order. Okay, so we're going to hit you, because then you're going to redirect, and then presumably hit the boss. I don't know if that's actually close enough. Well, so be it. Either way, we'll do this because it costs 0, and I want to use it. It's not a lot of damage, though, mind you. And we have the evasive from our dash, so we're not taking any damage currently. I guess we'll see how this goes. Alright, our smite is kind of derpy. Alright, Woozy. Minus 40% damage resist. Force the other hand to hit it to completely stun it. Gotcha. Well, I still don't do a whole lot of damage currently. Also, I don't know if I take damage just by walking through that. I assume I don't. But, again, this is where I would appreciate things that make things clear. Alright, so we can get over there by doing that. We can hit you to let that happen. We're taking 19 damage from your AoE, it looks like. I don't know where the other 4 is coming from. There are times in which I would appreciate slightly more clarity. Well, we're going to stand here and see what happens. Yeah, and you got stunned from the other hand hitting it. Sounds great. Sadly, we can't dash yet. Yeah, unfortunately that knocks him into phase shift, so we can't deal any damage to him right now, even though we finally have a chance where he's not got his damage resist up. Well, here we are. It goes alright. How you doing, Edwin? This feels like a waste, but we're still gonna do it. Oh, we'll get some damage there. Alright, and then, unsurprisingly, new hands get stunned. Our smite is just kind of silly at the beginning of every turn. It's a lot of damage to things. Alright, so. There is a space we can exist that deals no damage to us. Also, just standing down here deals no damage to us. Recovering from an episode in the hospital, so I've been better. Well, I'm sorry to hear that that is a thing. Glad you're feeling somewhat better, hopefully. Yeah, that sounds terrible, to say the least. So what are we actually doing on our turn? I think maybe we just kill this thing. Like, mostly we just need to spend our turn just dodging, so then we can wait for the hands to hit him. I think that's what we're doing. Working on it, yeah. Well, I hope you feel better soon. Because that sounds terrible. So now you have easy to anger, but I don't know that you'd actually hit far enough to be useful to me. So instead, murder both your buddies. My blood pressure was 200 over 110 when I came in. I'll tell you right now, I don't know blood pressure properly, but that sounds really bad. Alright, he does go a fair distance. I assume that I can get him to hit the head if we, like, hit right here. I don't know if that's quite enough, but either way. We're going to try, and then we're going to stand here and take no damage, just because I don't know how much we need to be concerned about damage output currently. Okay, and then we're taking 0 damage, and we'll wait on that for 1 turn. This is a very slow boss fight. Alright, he gets stunned. Unfortunately, we're about to hit him into phase shift again, so there's only so much damage we can actually do this turn. Shadow of Runestone no longer has damage resist, but cannot be knocked out. Force the hands to hit the head to increase the damage it takes. Okay. Alright, I mean, I'm not too worried about that part of things. Alright, we'll end our turn and wait. Back in 2014, I found out I had high blood pressure, feeling really bad on a Sunday, so Monday went to doctor. Mine was 216, 161. It was one jump scare from death. Jeez. Oh. Well, I'm glad you guys are still with us, to put it mildly. Alright. Still don't know exactly what the deal is with the lava. I assume it's damage upon ending an action in it, just like the goop. But I don't actually know for sure. Out of Kira. Whoops. Apparently there's a movement reset button. Okay, good to know. Not the button I really care about pressing. Alright, so we can do a fair bit of damage to him. Or... can I, like, view properly? Okay, well, I set myself on fire, maybe. So be it. That's fine. We'll deal. I wanted him with that because then we get the extra damage from marking him, which seemed, you know, good. I probably should have used Shadow Image, too. You know, we can afford to take some damage. Let's just get him fucking poisoned. And then get some more damage in on him. And that's what we can do for our turn. Oh. Alright, so... Oh, do I just fucking die if I end there? Yeah, apparently I do. So if we hit him, we can reposition him. So what is your deal? Cannot be knocked out. Force the hands to hit the head. I don't know what knocked out means. I assumed knocked out meant cannot be killed, but now I am starting to believe that that's not the case. And by knocked out, it probably means you like, can't be stunned. But I don't know that that's the case. So there's a lot of incoming damage. But we can negate much of that just by not getting murdered. That would use up all of our AP. Or I can move here and still take a boatload. Alright, we'll just take the damage. Not, like, ultra happy with that. Nah, you're fine, Edwin. Inkbound's pretty fun. I'm enjoying it so far. It hits a lot of my sorts of enjoyment already. Yeah, alright, let's grab that. Alright, from here... Okay. Let's get the extra ability power from this. And then let's just blast him out of existence. As we do thousands of damage with our shuriken toss. And then he's dead. This game is confusing me. I bought it anyhow. We'll try it tomorrow, but this whole turn-based but running around seems weird. It's not that weird to me. It reminds me of like FF14 and some other things where enemies telegraph their attacks a lot. And so it's about positioning yourself to move around them while still keeping up damage output and all that. I don't know how hard this game leans into the positioning. In my ideal world, there'd be a ton of abilities, like player abilities, that are positional-centric. And so I'm curious to see how many abilities are like that. But either way, I'm having a lot of fun with it so far. Even though that was our first full run. But regardless, we did it. And thus, we are at season level 4, I guess. We unlocked a cosmetic. I assume that's just an emote. Don't know. Don't know. I played a lot of JRPGs. Also, still annoys me that people call them JRPGs now. But that's a different story altogether. Again, I wish I could, like, not be in a hub with everyone and just have my own little area. But, alas, you're rare. I just find it distracting having all of the other dudes running around while I'm trying to prepare for the next run. So I have a cosmetic of a fledgling imp in your inventory. Assume that you got that from doing the beta. That I actually got from just having Monster Train. There is another cosmetic for the beta, but I haven't entered the code yet. I don't remember what it's called, and frankly, I don't even remember what it looks like. But yes, there's another one that I have for doing the testing. You were noticeably drier than someone with your propensity for diving into the ink will time and time again. Have you finally realized your inconsequential role within this struggle? Or, ink save me, have you finally learned some manners? Perhaps there's hope for you yet, Needless. I don't know why they call me Needless, but they do. Alright, let's try a different class. So, currently we have 3 classes unlocked. I don't know how to unlock the other 2. It says unlock, complete the Clairvoyant quest and complete the Obelisk quest. I don't know how to do those quests. Social anxiety peaking in the hub. Yeah, and you get the Fledgling Imp just for having Monster Train, and I believe they said that you get it even if you buy the game, if you buy Monster Train even after even after Inkbound comes out. Anyways, what do we want to try next? Magma Miner, I vaguely know what it does. Like it says, keep swinging your hammer to build up heat and bonus damage, but don't stop. Let you risk cooling down. So their big thing, gain 1 stack of heat whenever you hit an enemy. Heat gives you 1 ability power per stack. On 5 stacks, gain 3 shields. On turn end, or using a binding that doesn't damage an enemy, you lose all stacks. So the more you keep doing damage in a turn, the more damage you're going to deal. So ideally you do like a lot of small hits and then 1 giant hit. Seems kind of fun. Obviously they have, deal a moderate amount of damage, deal some damage and move, and then do a big amount of damage. Obviously try to build up your heat and then hit him with the big smash. Makes sense. I don't know what Weaver does. An artisan with the power to spin magical threads, control the battlefield, and let combat become your work of art. So, Weaver. Your threads attach to enemies and are a conduit for your bindings. Each thread grants +1 shielding, up to 3 shielding. On all enemies becoming threaded, gain controlled weaving once per turn. What's controlled weaving? +1 will reserve. Lost at end of turn. Okay. And then... Fair enough. And then deal 10 damage, inflict threaded, constrict. Deal 100 damage, split evenly to threaded enemies. Deal 100 damage each. I assume it just reads that because we don't currently have anything threaded. And so presumably if we had 2 things threaded, it would say then we would be doing 50 damage each. Weaver sounds complicated. I will definitely be frustrating myself with that. I mean, it sounds kind of cool. But we'll see. I'm also really curious what they have in mind for like the other 5 classes. Deal 25 damage to a threaded enemy for each thread you have. Nearby threaded enemies are pulled toward the center and take equal damage. I mean, that sounds cool. With 2 massive stone shields, the obelisk gains power from absorbing damage. Build up your strength, then deliver a massive attack. Alright, your attacks inflict crush. On reaching 3 stacks, deal 50 physical damage and lose all stacks. Gotcha, okay. So you're rewarded for hitting the same enemy multiple times. I think a lot of the reason I tend to finish games is because I always make the decision to take the hardest, weirdest routes. I mean, I definitely do that. I enjoy complexity quite a bit. Oh, man. Anyways, Ironclap, gain shield, deal 10 damage in a wide area in front of you. Shield bash, deal 75 damage, dash to end point. Seismic slam, deal 65 damage to all enemies. Okay. Fair enough. I was just looking at the banners up top. Okay, anyways. Channel your energy through your shard globe and create auras affecting nearby enemies and allies. Clairvoyant. Your shard globe has a powerful aura. Generate psionic charges to empower your auras and bindings. Gain hazard aura. At turn end, deal 25 magic damage to enemies in range. Gotcha. I'm disappointed they didn't make a shield clam move. 0-10 class. Obelisk reminds me of Hulk putting 2 halves of car on his fists. Fair point. Telekinesis. Move your shard globe, deal 20 damage. Allies that passes through gain 1 shield. Yeah, it's Oriana. Deal 50 damage in a small area around your shard globe. Gain 1 psionic charge. What are psionic charges? To empower your auras and bindings. Okay. Deal 50 damage in a huge area at full charge. Deal 150 damage and consume all psionic charges. I don't know what full charge is. I'm sure it will know once we actually like hover the thing, but whatever. Anyways, yeah, it sounds like Oriana, we have a ball, we can move the ball independent of ourselves, and it deals damage to things that it passes through, and puts out effects surrounding the ball. Seems like a, the right sort of class to have in a game like this. Regardless, we can't play it right now. I guess we'll try Weaver. Also, Yeah, we're not gonna wear that helmet. It's a little too derpy for me. I don't think we have anything else unlocked, right? Nope. That's fine. Yeah, because the only thing we unlocked was the Flowing Tears emote. Kind of cool. Anyways, moving on. Let's try Weaver. I do kind of want to try a ranked dive. Well, we're clicking it. So let's find out what ranked dive is all about. Doesn't derp go hand in hand with jank? I mean, not necessarily. Book mutators have been added. Okay. What does that mean? Presumably when we select what area we're going to, it'll have extra mutators to deal with. You got one of those villains then, did you, Needless? Well, I'd like to say I'm surprised, but that'd do a disservice to the credit you're owed. I'm sure you know by now that those beasts won't stay down for long. Oh, you give them a good spin, I'm sure, but they're nothing if not persistent little devils. Maybe we could just focus on those stories for now, though. Those villains will be there, waiting and ready. So, no point in rushing something that will just get undone again, right? Alright. Fully augment 3 bindings. Visit the Carver 3 times. Spend 750. We'll do that one. And we'll take on Cinder. I just want to see the other bosses is the main thing. I probably should have looked at our ability first, especially since I don't know what to expect. Anyways, unstable circuitry. +1 shielding. On losing all shields to damage, smite all enemies on turn start. That seems maybe the thing to do since we already have the ability to generate shielding on our own. Seems not bad to build into that more. Alright, we'll see how that goes. Anyways, and then Valmark plus physical damage on your first turn. If you are above half HP, gain 3 physical power until end of combat, or on your turn, restore 1 HP. And so that is physical, and our other 2 are magic. Okay. We'll just take that, see how it goes. Alright, augment to binding, plus 20 damage. Inflict 1 stack of frostbite and 1 stack of burn. I still need to know what burn actually, like when burn triggers. Frost-infused threads. On your turn, inflict 1 stack of frostbite to enemies with threaded. Maybe? Deal 25 damage to threaded enemy for each thread you have. Nearby threaded enemies are pulled towards the center and take equal damage. We'll do this, I guess. Not like crazy impressed. Okay, so it looks like every book now has a thing. Hello, Misty, how you doing? So I guess this is the new thing. Yeah, this is the new thing by the Monster Train devs that they've been working on for a while. Seems pretty fun so far. We'll see. Anyways, on your turn, -10 movement lost after defeating an enemy. Okay. On turn end, enemies gain an attack boost. And these are worth a different amount of quillings. On collecting an orb, take 2 damage. I mean, we'll take this one and see how bad it is. I suspect it's the wrong choice, especially since we have some things for shielding, and if enemies are getting damage bonuses, they're very quickly going to overwhelm our shielding. Also, I don't know how to play the class, so we'll see how this goes. Common Augment, Tarnished Vault. We'll do that. I'd rather get an item than just get money currently. Kind of wish that I didn't have to individually click on all of the destructible things. But here we are! Okay, so. So it is far enough that I could hit both of them. Oh, it's weird. He's like right behind me and still able to take it. Regardless, we'll do that. Give me that sweet, sweet power orb. Yeah, we should still be able to get out of range if we want. Okay, so let's just thread a third guy, and then let's get ourselves to safety. Oh, we still have one more AP, though. Because I keep reading that wrong. Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll just do the damage to all of them, and then we'll move over here. And then we have threaded a bunch of guys, and then we're in fucking danger. Yeah, so they're all hitting me for 4, and they're doing... God, every enemy is doing direct damage, and that feels like it's a problem. It'd be nice if some of them were closer, so I could then do Stitch to hit more of them. But that is not an option. Nonetheless, we'll kill him and wound his buddy. And you have frostbite, so you do take more damage, which is something. I'm just debating how we want to go about this, because if I kill one of these guys, then the resulting constrict would do more damage to all the guys that remain. I don't think it would be enough for it to matter, though. It is very close to just killing if we do this, which is probably what we do. Because then we can just finish him off reasonably easily, and we take a little bit less damage, and we still be able to move here to get out of the bubble, and then we'd be killing him. So we'd only be taking like 10 damage this way, which still would not be like ideal. But if only I could hit you both, and I cannot do so. Well, we kill him, and then we still take 10 damage, which is, you know, not ideal. Oh, that's right. There is a bonus for threading all enemies, isn't there? Also, we did get to smite everybody, so there's at least that nice payoff for the price we paid. Why are you all not close enough to do this on all of you at once? Well, that's fine. It'd be really nice to be able to move you guys around more. Alright, at least this has gone largely better. We're still taking a tiny bit of damage here. But we are also going to smite him at the beginning of our turn because we lost our shield to him. And then we're just going to beat him to death. Okay, well, we took a non-trivial amount of damage, but it wasn't that bad. It seems pretty fun. We don't really need physical power. I guess we take the Frosted Half Charm. Not, like, incredibly impressed with it, but that's fine. Inflict 2 stacks of burn. Plus 30 damage. I mean, we could double up on the Frost-infused threads. I don't think we're going to. We'll take this and try to see what burn is all about. Yeah, we'll take the magic power, because that's our primary damage source. It's not all of our damage, but it's our primary damage source. Alright, to give us a sweet new ability. And give me a potion, which I will try not to accidentally consume this time. Okay. Alright, I've seen Jinx before. Deal 33 damage plus 33 damage for each stack of dread in a small area, lose all dread. On defeating an enemy, gain 1 stack of dread. So you build up damage by killing enemies, and then you can unleash it in a large burst. 55 damage in a small area, inflicts 5 stacks of burn. Deal 200 damage in an arc, inflict 5 stacks of bleed. And I assume bleed acts at the end of my turn before their turn. We're going to take Incendiary, see how that feels. Common Augment, Cooling Cage, Tarnished Vault. Let's do the Vault. I do kind of want the money because we need that for our run quest. And now that we know what that does, that seems potentially useful. Although I am curious if the item draft scales its level to like how far you are in the run, or if it just is always like a certain tier of power, or what. When hit, gain increased attack for the rest of combat. Alright, well they're doing all that. And he, ideally, I would love to kill. But I also feel like I probably need to spend my turn threading enemies. Yeah, let's just do that, especially because now we get to see what burn is. Okay, I think he took damage from the burn was the whole deal. I think it just doesn't say that it happens at turn start. Also, I probably don't need to be hitting this guy because I'm not going to kill him. I suppose I still get extra, extra gold for hitting him, but... Well, we're still taking 12. There's not a ton I can do about that. I can almost kill this guy, which actually might die from the burns. I think we just want to thread something. Alright, well, we're taking a good chunk of damage, unfortunately. Yeah, he did not die. I do not fully know what the deal is with burn. And there are a lot of concerns. Well, we can just kill 3 of them by doing this, so I'm going to. Is it perfect? No, not really. We have issues, and those issues are mostly that enemies do a non-trivial amount of damage to us. There's not much I can do about that. Although at least our smite at turn start is doing some work for us. Unfortunately, I gotta spend my entire turn getting out of or my entire first action getting out of the goop. But we can also just kind of murder them afterwards. We still did take a chunk of damage, which is not, like, ideal. A second Frosted Half Charm is kind of interesting. I think we just want the Verdant Seed. So we start stacking up extra HP over time and maybe offset some of our problems. Still don't know exactly how burn works. I don't know that that's super necessary. I guess we'll do that. I am not totally convinced by it, but we'll see. We're gonna try the Sea Breach and see what that's all about. A lost quill. A quill lights in the darkness of the sea of ink and the scattered stories within it. The quill zips between the stories looking for its binder counterpart, but the zipping becomes a crawl, and the little light shows signs of discouragement. Perhaps some reminder of their binder could help them to rediscover their drive. To offer the lost quill anything. Offer your hope! Gain 25 HP and despair. Increase incoming damage by 20%. Is that forever? Off your quillings, minus 150 quillings, gain full HP. Minus 2 glyphs, but gain max HP. And we're down about half. I will gain the max HP and see how this shakes out for me. Let's try the Superior Vault and see if we can not die to this, though I'm not totally convinced. The potion might be nice. Or just cooldowns. I was kind of hoping for something more defensive than that, but it might work out for us nicely. Okay. There we go. So now we can move. What is dealing damage to me? Oh, you're just attacking me. That's why. Either got really lucky or the shield guy is OP. I have no idea. Again, I don't know how to unlock him, but from what I've seen so far, it feels like there's a lot of ways to do some really busted, cool ability combos and upgrades, and that is what I want from a game like this. So I'm excited to see what more is in store. And so we're gonna do that. So we get controlled weaving. So So we get 1 extra AP. Didn't even occur to me that I would be putting myself in danger by doing that. But of course I would be. Because I pulled the guy closer. Obviously that's what would happen. Well, that was a bit of a mistake on my part, but fine. The guy you were playing is the one I like. Gotcha. I like Mosscoke so far, but obviously it's the only one I've played, so... This is a problem. Yeah, I don't do a whole lot of damage to several of them, but I do kill some of them by doing this. God, then I just take a ton of fucking damage. Ow. Oh, we're just getting our ass beat upon. Well, let's bind you as well. And I maybe shouldn't just be trying to bind everything I can. But here we are. I wish I had more ways to move enemies around. Well, alright. Let's just... God, that doesn't kill you. It does do a lot of damage. It doesn't kill you, though. But we'll do that. We'll burn you some. And we'll grab this now, and then we'll do that, and also apply more burn. And... Gotcha. Didn't realize that he had barricade on them. Should have been paying attention to that. That would explain why we did less damage than I had hoped. But that's okay. Fine. Alright, so it looks like burn just applies at the end of their turn, I think is what it is. Which is less exciting. But fair enough. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Yes. Oh, what a satisfying move that was. And then... How much damage are you doing? You're only doing 2. We have enough shield that even if I can't kill you after this, I can definitely just murder you. Yeah. Works for me. Alright, well, we are on the edge of despair, but that was satisfying. We need to heal for sure, though. Alright, so extra spike damage, and on your first turn, gain 10 stacks of spike. And being hit, deal 10 physical damage per stack. On turn start, lose half stacks. So... it would bring it up to 14 damage per stack, and so it would be 180 or 140 damage to every enemy that attacks us on turn 1. On hitting, inflict 1 stack of bleed. On your turn, if your ability power is 0, gain 1 will. I don't want that, though. I want to increase my... my ability power. Also, this is a horrifying image. As I realize what I'm looking at. I guess we take Misery's Whip. Like, We hit a bunch of enemies, and so applying bleed to all of them does not sound bad. I really don't want to do the heal, but maybe we should just do the heal. I think I want to do the frostbite damage, even though it's greedy, given how close to death I am. -1 cooldown. What is your cooldown currently? Okay. On turn start, full cost discount. So that would always be free. Further range and wider area. I mean, that does sound appealing. But I think we want this, so we can always use it, you know, when it's up. Alright, give me another binding, please. Oh, there's a fish. Give me a fish. Okay, so 1 extra AP per turn seems potentially nice. I would like to see more different abilities. I would wonder if we unlock more abilities for the pool. Gotta love free spells? Absolutely. Alright, Chain Lightning. Yeah, let's try it. I don't really want to do this, but we're gonna go here so we can heal. 75 for 15. Whatever. It's not amazing returns, but I'll take it. And then what do you have on offer? On your turn, 35% chance to gain 1 will. I like the picture. And it's 1 magic power. On your first turn, gain 1 will and 5 magic power until end of turn. That's a maybe. It might help us clear out enemies faster. Wouldn't be unwelcome. Have we really only done 1 combat since that? I thought we had done more. Unless that only happens once, but I assumed that meant it happened always. On your turn, the first binding you use gets a 2 cost discount. It's kind of nice. I'm not like crazy intrigued by these. I think we're still gonna do it though, because we're on the verge of despair, and also last time we spent most of the run not spending our quillings, and so yeah. Giannis the Malformed! Gotcha. So when hit, he gains increased attack for the rest of the combat. I don't know if that increases continually or if it's just once that it happens. Okay. We're gonna apply shock and bleed to them. Well, we've got tons of AP to be spending, so here we go. And I know that I don't necessarily need to use all my cooldown spells, and I could leave them for, you know, other turns, but here we are. Yeah, I mean, I'll take that, honestly, all things considered. So you've got bleed. You've got burn. You've got frostbite. And you are attacking us directly. There's nothing I can do about that. Fair point. It's not too bad yet. Also, like, all of my skills are on cooldown, so we just gotta do what we can. Well, I suppose picking up the orbs would lower those cooldowns. Well, he's got a bunch of bleed and a chunk of burn. Oh, I thought the orb would stay there until next turn, otherwise I would have picked it up. Fair point. Alright, we're going to do that. Okay, well, we kicked him on to phase 2, so we can't hurt him anymore, but we'll do the damage that we can to his buddies. Because why not? Because that's what we got in our life. And we have one more AP, so there we go. Well, applying negative effects with all of our attacks is not unwelcome. I probably should have done that slightly differently, but here we are. God, we just have a lot of AP, partly because we're getting some free spells every turn. Alright, can we get to safety while still getting this off? I thought there was one spot where it looked like we could. I guess not. Alright. Well, we're still taking a chunk of damage because I just don't do a lot of damage. At least not to a single target. But I at least deal damage over time. That's something. That moved me further than I think it was supposed to, but that's fine. Oh, nope, can't quite get out of range, so, oh, I guess I have one more still. Alright, well, there we go. We've applied, God, he's a lot of Inky Might, because I'm doing a lot of tiny little attacks. He's got a lot of bleed and a decent amount of burn. It's a shame that we don't have anything that's increasing the bleed damage, but, you know, we're doing what we can. I am dying at this rate, but I don't know that's possible for me to not die. Given that he's just hitting me for 16. And I have exactly 16 HP. Oh, he's so close to dead, though. So we just need to kill him. Yeah, there we go. Don't mind me. Not quite dead. Just very close to it. Alright, so we can ascend Stitch into Tangle or Splice. So, 120 damage to a threaded enemy, and nearby enemies are pulled toward the center, take equal damage, and become threaded. So it pulls not just nearby threaded enemies, but any nearby enemies. That's nice, especially because I do like that it does a lot more damage. Like, this is a big damage increase. Or Splice, 150 damage to a threaded enemy for each thread you have. Oh, that's the difference. Gotcha. I didn't realize that this one drops the scaling on it. That makes more sense. Anyways, 150 damage to a threaded enemy for each thread you have. Detach their thread on defeating an enemy or set cooldown to 0. It's probably fine. Yeah, I'll take that. See how this goes. Plus 25 damage to enemies inflicted with burn. -1 wheel cost. Plus 30 damage for each thread attached to you. I mean, I kind of like that. On the other hand, getting another free spell seems maybe nice. It is a spell with a long cooldown, which makes it a little less appealing, but maybe. We'll just do cross stitch, especially because it has it. We took the one that on kill refunds its cooldown, and so having something that's more likely to get kills and trigger that seems potentially nice. Yes, heal me, please.
Hello, young Quill.
Needless! Needless! We've waited so long for you. While you've been off saving the world, we've been making a list of things for you to do.
I will say, having all the like random story characters is weirding me out, especially having come from Monster Train, where there's not
Yes,
a lot of
it's
that.
all very exciting, but we really can't understate the importance of these tasks.
Meet some, defeat others. Just follow these tasks, and you'll be on your way.
I will say, I do like their visual design a lot. At least these guys. Anyways. The Clepsydranium. On your turn, reduce all cooldowns by 1 plus 5 magic power. Can appear in runs. Okay, sure.
To what, though? We don't really know.
If you truly are something to the ink, these should be of little effort to you, Needless, and perhaps some purpose may make itself known in the process.
Alright, so we have quests to do to unlock more stuff. Gotcha. Plus burn damage or heal. I mean, there's a responsible choice here, and then there's burn damage. But that's what we're gonna take. Alright. Ink Shell. Each time an enemy is hit, they gain 10 damage resistance until end of turn. That sounds really fucking bad. Each turn, create a bomb near you. We're probably taking that one. What is the Vengewood? We haven't been to the Vengewood yet. Oh, and this is the -10 movement. I do wonder if this... And it's after defeating an enemy, not after hitting an enemy. Big difference. It looks like that was the same as last time, because I think that was the same book that got this. So I wonder if they're always the same, no matter when we encounter them in a run. I mean, that's probably not that bad. Also, please stop flashing at me. That's fine. We have a cooler looking hammer. Also, what's the deal up here? Oh, there's just a flat cosmetic shop as well. Yeah, I don't super care, though I am actually curious what's in here. I'm not going to buy anything, but... anyways. I mean, I think that's the one we take. I don't know how large the bomb explosion is. It's actually probably better to do this. Nah, we're just gonna go here. We'll see how bad it is. Take me to Garden's Edge. Potion of Power. I guess we'll just eat the fish to make space for that. I could have also just gotten rid of the other potion, but the fish takes effect by eating it now. The potion wouldn't. Superior Vault or Quilling Cache. We'll take the Superior Vault. Plus 50% max HP. Increase the attack of all enemies. At end of turn, restore HP to all enemies. Well, fuck you too. Alright, let's do this in the right order, actually. Since we can spread their damage between them pretty easily. I probably shouldn't have hit you to start with. Oh, that puts him down to 15. So close. But we can do that, which then kills him. And then we just fucking chain kill some of them. We're still taking a bunch of damage here, unfortunately. But that was fairly impressive. I kind of wish I had gone for that power orb. That would have been a thing to do. We just got pin cushioned by them. I did kill the important guy, but it would have also been nice not to take so much damage. Alright, that was satisfying, although perhaps should have done that slightly differently. Since now my big chain power spell doesn't really do anything to him. But we'll just hit him and apply some bleed and shit, and they'll be good enough. Unfortunately, we did take a lot of damage turn one. And he heals a bunch. Ugh. Well, fine. Yeah, I guess let's do the chain lightning. And then we can just kill most of them. Still take some damage. Oh no, we have an extra attack here. But that's not going to do a whole lot for us. Because I don't have any threads. Had I thought about this, I could have done this in different ordering. But overall, not too bad. Oh, yeah, that doesn't kill by doing it that way, though. But that does kill both of them. Alright, we still took some damage. I can't afford to be taking as much damage as I'm taking, but it is okay. So Bead of Flame, it would make our burn do more damage, and we're applying an okay amount of burn. And that might be appealing. I kind of like the Sea Trickle, just because there are a lot of times where a lot of enemies spawn, and having the ability to get more AP seems nice. We could also take another Misery's Whip and, you know, just be doing a bunch more bleed, which also seems maybe... Maybe. Although I still don't remember if bleed triggers before they deal damage or not. I think we're just gonna take the Sea Trickle. As much as I hate it, I think we're gonna take the heal. I'm at low health and I don't super need the things there. The -1 cooldown is probably the way to go. But further range, wider area also seems nice. I think we're just doing the -1 cooldown. It's really nice if you get that evolve for your first spell because it gets AoE. You mean for the threads? I think we're taking that because we already have it cost 0 every time we play it. So, I mean, that would be nice. Binding augment and gain capability to purchase another. I don't know what the garden does. I think it just gives us like money is what it gave last time. There's also probably quests for talking to the gardener enough. Minus hitting in a cone. I mean, that sounds nice. We'll go to the shrine and see how it is. Honestly, I'll just take the HP, and I'm not happy about that, but I'm not doing poison damage, and I didn't care. The frostbite might have been okay. I do some frostbite, but we're gonna get a rare augment and maybe die in the process, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. Everything will be okay. You can believe in me. Alright, what horrifying monstrosity are you? You're the one who gets stronger each time I defeat an enemy. Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's probably best to just kill some things. Yeah. Hitting him should give me 1 extra AP. Yeah. Okay. So I do this and deal a small amount of damage to all of them, or we do this and deal a lot of damage to him. He's still going to get healed, but we're going to do that anyways. Oh, and I still have 1 extra, actually. Well, we'll weave you again, now won't we? Alright. Well, I may have gotten a little carried away with my choices. Since I'm now not killing like any of the enemies, I could maybe bet on the Sea Trickle. It's a 25% chance. So I could kill 2 enemies right here. We'd have a 50% chance. I could also just kill 1 of them. Why is that not killing you? Oh, you're phased. Gotcha. Well, that's annoying. Do I want to bet on the 50? I do. Okay, yeah. I got 1 AP. That was what I needed. I could bet on the 25% chance, or I can just walk out and only take 5, which is the more responsible choice. But where's the fun in that? Yeah! What a beautiful turn that was. And we didn't kill the treasure minion, but, you know, all told, I will fucking take it. Oh. Alright, well, that was a bad looking turn that looked substantially better by the end. Would be really nice, though, if I could thread enemies more easily. Yeah, you're hitting me for substantially more than the other dude is. So, well, we're gonna do that so we can get this off of cooldown so we can try to get a kill with it. No. Oh, but I am in range to get that, which helps. Well, you're not threaded, that's why. Yeah, I mean, I would love to stop you from attacking me, but there's not really any way that happens. I can definitely kill you, though. Well, that's the best I can get it. So we're still taking 9, but all told, like, you know, it's better than it could have been, I suppose. Again, having easier ability to thread a bunch of dudes would go a long way. And I know that I keep passing up on the, you know, AoE threads, and maybe that is, dare I say, the wrong choice. And yes, I did that in the wrong order, I'm aware. I didn't realize that I had it available at the beginning. Yeah, just fucking shock murder them. Oh, that was satisfying. I need to be doing that more, because I did forget that I could use Chain Lightning in that way. Because our big ability deals so much damage, and so getting them shocked right beforehand and then doing that is a huge damage increase for us, because we get to split that damage 50% between all of the other enemies, basically. Not all of them, but some of them. I mean, burn damage is not as exciting as I want it to be. Like, it's okay. We apply a decent amount of burn, and we can always build more into that, but I'm not, like, that excited about it. But physical power is pretty underwhelming for us. It increases constrict, but that's it. Healing is okay, but underwhelming. I'll just take the magic power. What are we currently sitting at on magic power? 5? I mean, that's not bad. And what's our augment? Inflict threaded before dealing damage. Stitch can hit non-threaded enemies. I don't hate that. On your turn, inflict 2 stacks of burn to enemies with threaded. Again, that's okay. It's not bad. But I think we probably just want Sewing Stitch. Yeah, I think that's just what we're gonna do. It seems reasonably good for us. I can imagine enough use cases that I'm excited to have it. Alright, Constrict. Deal 10 damage, inflict 10 stacks of burn to threaded enemies and detached threads. No, I don't think I want that. Although, like, we can do a lot of burn. But no. Or deal 85 damage to threaded enemies. We're gonna re-roll. Constrict is cool. I was really hoping for our basic ability, which is why I was willing to do the re-roll. Alright, so either Incinerate, which goes up 1 in cooldown, but deal 75 damage in a small area and inflict 4 stacks of burn, then deal burn damage. So we apply slightly less stacks of burn, but we deal the burn damage immediately. Or Wildfire. 75 damage in a small area, inflict 8 stacks of burn. If the enemy dies by the end of your turn, it stacks of burn. No. We're just going to take the Incinerate. Which actually didn't end up going up on cooldown. It just looks that way because it wasn't taking into account the lower cooldown augment that we have on this one. Alright, Sea Breach, I think is what we're gonna do. Alright. Opposites attract. Through the sea, you peek upon two young and vaguely familiar binders, arguing over the best way to achieve the binding they have been tasked to perform. One for brevity and one for specificity. In front of them, the unfortunate target of their practice, you take a side in their argument. Be brief, random, uncommon augments for 3 bindings. Meet in the middle, 1 random rare augment. Or be as detailed and precise as possible. Give him the bird! 3 random uncommon augments for a binding. We'll take the random rare augment. I don't feel like I'm totally hurting for that. Did it just automatically apply it? I assume it was this one, the plus 35 damage. But I don't know. I am uncertain. Anyways. Rare Augment, Glyph Globe, Heroic Vault. Yeah, we'll do that. Alright, what do you got for me? Potion supply. Potion of Power! Which we now have 2 of, and should probably stop being so stingy with, but we'll see. We might use at least one of them here. So I'm curious if dodging the attack stops them from becoming threaded. I kind of assume that it does. Okay, so he is still threaded, which is what I wanted. Oh, it doesn't quite kill. It's so close, though. Oh, but that would kill them, unfortunately. Okay, well, here's the deal. I would love it if you died, dude. You're so close. But you are going to die on the end of your turn. Also, apparently I have another AP, so we'll just do that. And then you die. How flippin' sweet. And you are phased. I wish it were a little more clear when they're phased. I assume that's what this purple glow is supposed to be, but given that the enemy is already purple, it's not totally immediately clear. Yeah, this is the problem with having Let Splice go on cooldown. Maybe I should stop attacking enemies. Maybe that would be the better play here. Because I am increasing the damage today. Yeah, I need to stop attacking the guy who gets stronger every time I attack him. Mistakes were made. The greed, it overcomes me. I was just trying to apply, like, more burn to him and all that. But here we are. Yeah. I mean, good news is we should at least mostly just fucking murder things. Oh, except that's not off cooldown. Well, fine. Oh, and you are phased. What an asshole. Yeah, the problem is he gets stronger with every kill we do, which I'm not, like, super thrilled with. Oh, and that's right. I knew I had a plan for getting things off of, cooldown, and this was it. Is it perfect? No, absolutely not. But here we are. What's the cooldown on this? 2? Yeah, I guess it's worth killing you, even if it's gonna decrease the amount of damage we do with this. And then there's nowhere I can get where I take no damage from you. So, let's just hit you. Just double check. You're not the one who gets stronger when we hit you, right? Yeah. Alright, well. We're taking some damage, but, you know, we killed most of the things. You're taking a bunch of damage. Everything is as good as it's going to be. Alright, we can just kind of nuke a bunch of you. Oh, and then you're phased again. You jerk. Really appreciate if you'd stop doing these things. Unfortunately, I can't thread this guy because I kill him in a single hit. It's not like the worst problem to have, mind you, but... There we go. Alright. Everything's fine. We might be at low health permanently, but that's okay. Damage resist would not be unwelcome. On each turn, reduce cooldown of the first binding you use by 2. I do like that. Also, this would be nice, especially because we are gaining a good chunk of extra max HP. That's not unwelcome. The lower cooldown does sound real nice, depending. I kind of really like that. Also, it is 50, or, it is 5% damage increase, or damage resistance, which is not like the end-all be-all, but it's nice. It's not that much. On most attacks, it's fairly trivial, unless it's, like, rounded up to a certain amount. Which maybe it is. I think we're just going to take the Verdant Blossom. I'm not, like, totally convinced by that choice, but here we are. I will take Magic Power. One shield for each enemy hit. Yeah, given that that can only hit a single enemy, we're not going to take that, I don't think. Like, it's sort of interesting because I can cast it multiple times a turn, so I could potentially build up a bunch of shield by killing things. But it's not that impressive. It's sort of nice, though. But we'll do a reroll, and we have the same options. We will do Defensive Constrict, because now that is a way to gain shield and gives a better reason for us to use it. Okay.
Back already? Guess that Unbound is losing their touch. Oh, did a new name for you? Well, ink's out of the pen now, needless. Your big bad's got a name. And a pretty stupid one at that. Well, be by.
I wasn't gonna say it.
Needless. Got enough to do without your gawking.
Frozen Statue. On hitting an enemy inflicted with Frostbite, inflict Dazed. Deal minus 30% damage, lost end of turn. I mean, that's not unwelcome. But we don't adequately apply Frostbite. On defeating an enemy, gain 1 ability power until end of combat. I mean, that's cool, but I don't think that's necessary, especially for how much it costs us. We're just going to take the heal here. It is a bit questionable, but that's what we're doing. Because we have a boss battle, and we gotta survive it. It's Nim, the Lost! That's not the ability I want to use. That's the ability I want to use. Oh, those have a lot more health than I thought they were going to. I also did do that in slightly the wrong way. Well, it doesn't quite get me out of danger, but on the other hand, it does murder those guys, and had a chance to get me AP back, which it did, which is perfect. Then we just apply some more bleed and stuff, and we murdered all of his friends, and everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't mind me. And then he takes a bunch of end of turn damage, because that's just the kind of guy we are. So we're going to do that because it costs 0 and goes on... Oh, no, we didn't take the thing that does lower cooldown. For some reason, I thought we did. Either way, doesn't matter. It was a bit of a waste, but that's okay. And Splice, unfortunately, is on cooldown because of what we did. Well, but that's not totally true, because we can do this. So we're going to do that first, so then we can actually recover something. Yeah, we'll do this, even though it's not going to get its cooldown refunded, but it's good. It is just good. And we'll kill a bunch of his buddies. And there's nowhere we can get where we take no damage. So, we'll do the damage we can. We'll accept that we're taking a small bit of damage. God, we still can't quite get him into the next phase. Hello, enjoying the game so far? Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it. It hits a lot of the things that I really enjoy. I am excited to see more of the other classes, which is to say, I have not seen anything about them yet. But yeah, I'm enjoying what I played so far. All right, he phase shifts, and thus, let's murder him. It doesn't really matter what order I do this in. There's maybe more efficient ways to do that. Regardless, that is a lot of damage to him. And do that. Oh, I should do this first so I can build up a bunch of shields. And then we'll hit him for a big bunch. Although I did mess up the ordering of these things. I meant to hit them with Splice while they still had shock on, so then they were all going to die to that. And instead, I fucked up. And I didn't do that at all. Good to hear. I've been going around stream to stream gathering feedback. Glad you're having fun. Yeah, I mean, like, I have some minor complaints, but on the whole, I'm enjoying it quite a bit. And also, I'm reserving judgment on some things until I see more of the game, because, God, God, we took a lot more damage there than I needed to. Because I could have wiped all of the enemies had I just paid attention properly. But I got distracted by the possibility of generating shield, but in doing so, I ruined myself. That's okay. That's okay. We'll make it work. But yeah, anyways, I'm also reserving some judgment until I've seen more of the game. Like, I'm curious how much ability variety there is, because I've seen a lot of the same abilities so far, but I'm not sure if abilities are unlocked as you go like the items are. Also, a little more clarity on some of the combat UI would be nice. But on the whole, game's cool. Yeah, I mean, I guess we just take the hit and we apply as much as we can. It's not that much damage for us. God, eventually we'll kill him. I just do so little damage. Like, I'm great at dealing damage while there's a bunch of enemies around, but other than that. I didn't even realize there was a guy right in front of me. Eventually you'll die. Yeah, that kills you. Everything's fine. We got there. Alright, so we can upgrade Chain Lightning. We don't have enough to reroll. I would love to upgrade our Thread, but that's not an option. So, 314 damage to single enemy. Inflict 3 stacks of shock to enemies in a small area around. Take half damage and are inflicted with 3 stacks of shock. I assume it makes it so it deals it in a smaller area, but it inflicts more shock and it does individually more damage. We're gonna take Lightning Storm though. I like the idea of having shocked on everybody. Plus 25 crit chance, plus crit damage. I kind of like that, though that's not the button. I always think that C is going to be the character stats instead of Z. And I could change the bindings, but... yeah, so our crit chance would go to 33, and we do 200% damage, which is maybe worth it. But I'm pretty confident we're going to take Sapping Threads now that I actually look at that as an option. On defeating a threaded enemy or on detaching a thread, restore 1 HP. Yeah, I will take that. Especially because that helps us survive longer fights. And so we may as well. Oh. Alright, and then we're into the final area. Although I don't know how many fights are in the area. Or how many nodes, I should say. Yeah, anyways, no choice. We do the combat. Should be fine. Okay, I gotta stop slouching. Fucking ink box. Well, here we are. Alright. God, we're taking a tremendous amount of damage here, unsurprisingly. Oops. Give me that power orb. Alright. We've hit controlled weaving. I don't really need to generate... I was gonna generate shield with the controlled weaving, but I don't actually need to do that. Also, this will just flat out kill that guy, which means I didn't really need to thread him like I did. Nonetheless, we're going to do lightning, and then we'll do splice. It's not going to kill the guy, but it will spread some damage around. And that's as good as we can get it. I would very much prefer not to just get bodied by these guys. They do a lot of damage, though, which is a concern. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Also, I should have done this in different order, but here we are. So we're gonna do that, so we can get some shield, so we take less damage. And like I could mostly kill them with that, but I really just want to get damage in on this guy, and so that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, there's nowhere that I take less damage than that. Yeah, I mean, that's the best we got. I mean, that's fine. We're healing some throughout the battle, and we heal 10 at the end, so taking the damage that we're taking is not the worst. Also, I could be using my potions, and maybe should be using my potions, but I didn't. It's fine. I will say this turn is a lot less appealing given that all of my meaningful abilities are on cooldown. But I can at least take a lot less damage by moving out to the outskirts. Oh, and there is an orb there. For some reason I thought there was no orb. Okay, well, having an orb is helpful. It's not perfect, but it is helpful. Thank God you're finally dead. Well, unfortunately, can't quite kill all of you. But I will get a good chunk of damage on you regardless. Alright, well, we're still taking some damage from the one guy who's doing a direct attack, but we block almost all of it, and that is worthwhile. Okay. I mean, overall, seems worth it. Just one more dude to go. We'll take a little bit of damage as is, but again, not the worst. We'll just apply a bunch of frostbite, or not frostbite, bleed to him, because that's all I can do with my turn. He hits us for a tiny bit, and the area continues receding, but you know, we're alive. It would be nice if our basic threat did some meaningful amount of damage. At least we're applying bleed. It's just that we have no damage modifier on the bleed. And so it doesn't, like, do an insane amount of damage. And it obviously doesn't act until the end of the enemy turn, but still. The arena's getting real thin over here. There we go. It would also be nice if I had more burn, so then every time we did the incinerate, it did a lot more damage, but alas. Alas. I will take the burn damage, honestly. Tempest Wrath is nice. On being hit, gain 3 physical power until end of combat. That'd be cute if we did anything meaningful with physical damage. Like, technically we do constrict, but again, we're talking meaningful here. On defeating an enemy using a binding, gain 1 stack of stored energy for every 10 damage dealt. What is stored energy? On your next hit, deal 10 damage per stack of stored energy. It persists between combats. Okay. I mean, that's kind of cool with Splice, but I don't know that we really want it here. My concern is gearing up for bosses, mainly. I mean, again, Bone Calcifier would be cool if we had anything that was doing meaningful physical damage. Like, especially for how long fights are going. But the only thing that I have that deals physical damage is Constrict. I guess it would increase bleed, though. I don't know that that's enough, since we're not applying, like, a lot of bleed. Do I just want Tempest Wrath? I think we do. Maybe? Feels a little underwhelming to see that Smite only doing 85 damage, but it is also an extra 10% damage to everything. True, don't count out Physical Weaver, though. It's probably my favorite way to build it. I mean, I could imagine it working nicely. I just don't think it works out for us right here. I think I'm actually going to reroll. On your turn, inflict 1 stack of shocked on all enemies. I mean, I don't hate it. It's a little awkward for us, though. On using a binding, deal 50 physical damage to the nearest enemy. The problem is that it doesn't help on, like, any turn where we need to be applying threat at the beginning, but I'm still willing to take that, I guess. I don't know. I'm not incredibly excited. Costs 0 will the first... Yeah, we'll take that. It's not perfect for us, especially because there are a number of turns... Well, I mean, it's whatever. It's free damage. It'd be nice if it applied more status effects for us. Also, I'm pretty sure it's this and then the boss. Which I'm aware that I did just spend a chunk of my money. On being hit, gain a small amount of coolings 10 times per combat. Cute, but utterly useless for us right now. I'm not going to bother re-rolling here because presumably I will not be able to afford anything. So here we go. Well, here we are. Yeah, hi Cat. I love you too. Alright. So you are doing a direct attack. What is your thing? Cleansing Seeds. On defeat, create a temporary cleansing shroom, which can cleanse Cinderpox. I don't know what Cinderpox is, but presumably they inflict it upon us. Inflict Cinderpox on players, dealing damage at end of turn. Defeat Tangled Reinforcements to create cleansing shrooms, which can cleanse Cinderpox. I assume the Cinderpox only gets applied to me if he actually hits me. You have a lot of HP. Jesus. Can I reach you from here? Nope. Alright, well, we have threaded all of our favorite friends. I maybe didn't need to do that, but here we are. I could do a lot of damage with Splice to them, but we're going to do it to the boss, because we need to be getting damage in on the boss. We've done a decent amount so far. We're just going to slowly edge ourselves over to safety. Yeah, but it unfortunately can't quite get out unless we do this, so we'll just walk all the way out, only take 5. It's not that big a deal. Looks like we did get hit with Cinderpox. Regardless, it's only a little bit of damage per turn, but still, it's something. Yeah, let's do that to start with. Alright, well, let's generate shield while we can. We are taking a lot of damage, though. Okay, yeah, it's because you're doing this big AoE that I didn't realize was there. That's fine. I can afford to take 8 damage. That's not that big a deal. Alternatively, we get one more hit in onto Cinder before we do this. Or I guess it only hit him. That's fine. I just wanted to be in the safe zone was the big point. Although I guess I actually have one more than that to spend. Okay. That's fine. We can take 8. It's not that big a deal. It is some amount of damage, but we can handle that. I also need to remember that I have 2 potions of power still. You are about to hit your threshold. Yeah, there you go. Well, here we are. Unfortunately, that looks like we can't apply debuffs to you right now, unsurprisingly, but... I really do need to kill you, don't I? We are taking a non-trivial amount of damage, and I maybe should be doing this differently. It's a shame that we can't deal any damage to Cinder this turn. Well, let's at least generate a little bit of shields and take a little bit less damage. Though we're still taking 9, which is not great given how much further we have to go in this fight. Well, we still have our Cinderpox. I thought we were going to get rid of that for that guy dying, but maybe that did not happen? I don't know why. We are dying no matter what at this rate, and I assume that's, you know, largely down to the Cinderpox situation. Gotta click the mushroom. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that would make sense. I forgot that it said it drops the cleansing shroom. I just read it, and it says on defeat, you know, cleanse Cinderpox, and I know that I'm skipping over words there, but that is how I got to that moment. Anyways. You're in the way, cat. And you're also shedding badly. Okay. Anyways. Yeah. Let us cleanse ourselves. Still in great danger, but substantially less danger. Still bad, though. Also, can I hit you, Cinder? Or are you in the air to indicate that you can't be hit right now? Okay. Yeah, I just don't do as much damage as I would like to. It's a problem. have issues. Yeah, I was pretty sure that wouldn't get me out, but that does. Alright, well, let's take some damage, unfortunately. And then we have Cinderpox again. Alas, such is life. It ain't ideal. Yeah, I just, like, don't do any damage to the boss. And I don't kill things fast enough to deal with the Cinderpox. Go forth and shield me! Like, my Splice does do a good chunk of damage. It just doesn't do enough. So I'm not sure how you'd get Twilight Enzyme. But I would love it if you had more right now. Well, do what we can and heal an ever so tiny amount. Yeah. Well, here we are. Yeah, unfortunately the shock is not going to do a whole lot of damage, because we're going to hit with this, but hey. I can kill with that, which means I could eat the shroom afterwards. And in fact, I will, because we need to be taking less damage. I should have done this in a different order, but wasn't thinking about it. Well, that's fine. We're not quite dead. We're going down to 1 HP, which is real bad. But that's what we got. This battle looks like someone had shrooms. Yeah. God, I just don't do any damage to the boss. It's a big problem. Yeah. It's because I don't kill his minions fast enough is the issue. Also, I built my damage all around, like, Splice, basically. And if I don't have minions to thread, then Splice does not do a lot of damage. Unsurprisingly, we knew this was a possibility, but here we are. Alright, that said, it's time to lose the fight, unfortunately. Now itself, don't gear all your damage around Splice. I mean, I think it's cool. But yeah, in this instance, not working so well for me. Like, I can do a lot of damage with it, I just can't do a lot of damage with it. Yeah, and then I just die from the, Cinderpox, if nothing else. I mean, I actually die from him slapping me, but you get the point. Alright, well, we got all the way to Cinder. It wasn't the worst. Your journey ended in Cinder's lair. Would not be bad for one of the bosses. Yeah, I figured that would probably be the case, but yeah, going into that blind, did not know, and thus here we are. But yeah, because like if we were up against something that didn't have minions that we have to kill that have thousands of HP, then it would be fine, because then we could build around Splice just doing a ton of damage, but it's not an option when we have to kill the minions and our Splice deals not enough damage to the boss to be meaningful. Yeah, I know, Cat. I know. It's hard being you. Alright, give me these things so the button stops flashing at me, because that is the only reason I care about clicking on it right now. Yeah. Alright, well, Weaver seems kind of cool. Let's talk to the dude. You have a stench of a villain upon you, Needless. It takes little for those corrupted creatures to wear on anyone who dives into the inkwell. What, did you think all Unraveled were so puny? There are greater evils lurking in these stories that strive to erase us entirely. Reclaim the ink stolen by these unmoored antagonists, these villains, and you shall consider your purpose fulfilled. Conduit of hybridized ages. On collecting an orb, gain 10 ability power until binding is used. I don't know what that is. What is that stat? Will per orb. Gotcha. I forgot that that was a stat. Makes sense. So we get more AP back for every orb that we get with that. It is very distracting having all these people flying around, and I wish that that was a thing that I could disable. Also, what is... Not that. Not that either. Oh, maybe that is where I wanted. Yeah, this is what I wanted. Yeah, so I was curious about the bindings. Okay, I was curious how many of the bindings I've seen so far. So it looks like I think I've seen all of the basic bindings, probably, because I'm assuming that these bindings... Oh, no, that's not true. Maybe. Either way, I was just checking to see how many we'd seen. Because ideally, I'd love to see more abilities available. Because I like variety, and I like having different builds that I can do. But that's fine. Anyways, let us try a different character. I don't know how to do the Clairvoyant quest or the Obelisk quest. So we're going to try Magma Miner. We're also going to look at our quest thing real quick. Again, I always press the wrong one. Because I don't think there's a quest that just is called... maybe there is? I was just curious if I could find out real quick how to unlock what's-its-face, the other ones. Gain access to hidden aspect quests to unlock new... Speak to the Stigmatist. Ah, you, right there. The person literally right next to where I'm standing.
There I was, going on about forms and aspects, and you likely have no inkling clue what they are. Well, your form is your look, of course. You look great already, I'll admit, but there's no shame in ever wanting to mix things up. Aspects, though, they're the real thrillers, distilled essences of lost binders. You might not be able to create new bindings on your own, Needless, but these aspects will give you a class of bindings uniquely suited to whatever dangers you're facing. I know it's a bit hard to understand just by talking about it, so go ahead and take a peek at that aspect apparatus and reform enclosure over there.
All right. Yeah. Oh, it's over here. I was looking at the wrong thing. There we go. Yep, alright, cool.
The shelves are lined with books of all sizes and materials. Gilded leather tomes stamped with dry facts of history. Feathery parchments filled with flowery script. Poetry ready to evaporate with a stiff breath. But all of them share the same sickness. Their pages are fading. The words within them becoming shadows of a memory of a story.
Undying Noxian.
Lots of potential, right? Lots of power, too, in the right hands. Now, I can't just go inscribing new aspects on just anyone, even if I did have them. Got to know they can handle it first. So if you can show me you're worth the ink, I'll make sure those aspects are right and ready. Well, that attitude sure is a good start, but you'll be needing to prove it to more than just me. Go on, see if you can wrangle those missing aspects from the others.
Okay. Victorious already. May come as a surprise, but I did not expect much of you, Needless. Your hasty return is a welcome turn of events. Your defeat of this villain, however, is not as lasting as we would have hoped. Alright. This ink that was recovered from them, while vital, is a paltry drop in the bucket, so to speak. These villains will return at the hand of this mysterious enemy we've named, the Unbound. The Menagerie. So go on, Needless. There's more ink to be recovered from these villains, and your role in aiding that recovery is proving to be less useless than expected. On defeating an enemy, gain 1 will. Okay.
Go about your own.
You place the ink you've collected in the garden's edge into the empty repository, and as soon as the ink hits the bowl, it is drained dry again. Okay.
The garden's edge is just slightly less in peril now. Well, go on then, Needless. Don't you have other tasks to which you must attend? Surely you aren't expecting more recognition from me. Ungrateful. You scarcely know the meaning of the word, Quill. The Spooler requested your help. Perhaps that mumbling clown will show you more of the gratitude you seem to be missing.
I wish this hub were like Monster Hunter's hub, where you have like your own single-player hub, and then you can go into the multiplayer hub, which is a more streamlined little village area, where you can interact with other players and do multiplayer quests. But in your single-player hub, it is... yeah, anyways, I wish they were more like that. Interesting. If you need something tinkered with, let me know, but since I know you don't, leave me alone. Alright, fair enough. Well, let's make you be the Spooler, I guess. It's kind of cute that he plays both roles. Anyways, bumbling clown, eh? Ho ho! Well, he's not wrong. As for the lost ink, well, you've come to the right person. I may not have exactly what you're looking for, but I have something even better. Directions. Radiant Mark and Silent Promenade are coming apart at the seams. Ho ho, maybe you could help to sew them back up. They're brothers, clearly. Your move and bindings have 1 cooldown, and on your turn, gain 1 cost discount. Alright. Oh, and as for getting back that ink, the reclamation process is one of the passive variety. Basically, you do good for the story, and the story does good for you. Alright. Fair enough. Alright. So, again, what is the hotkey for that? I do not know. Speak with a carver. Speak with a scribe. Alright. Just beat my first ranked run. Very nice. I failed mine. Alright, where is the scribe? Where is the carver? Can we just track that? We can probably track that, can't we? There we go. Which, of course, doesn't actually tell me where they are. Alright, well, never mind. But they're probably somewhere. Leave me alone, you faceless creep. Oh, it's just you. Described at the start of your run, Carver is the shopkeeper. Gotcha, that's right. I do know their names, and I just didn't put it together. But that makes sense. Yeah. Not quite used to you yet, or this, or anything, really. You know. Oh, I guess you can't talk. Part of the whole no-face thing. Or probably shouldn't laugh at that. But even a needless like you has to feel a little out of place, right? Especially since you shouldn't be here in the first place. All right. Okay. Anyways, I think we're just going to start the next run then. And while I probably shouldn't do the rank dive, we're going to do rank dive. I don't know exactly what makes it ranked, necessarily. I assume that it's the Ascension, or the equivalent to Covenant ranks and all that. Like, I know that it applies to book mutators. I just don't know why it's called ranked, necessarily. I'm so sorry, little Quill. I can't understand your letterings, but given that determined expression on your binder's face, I imagine you're looking for aspects. The Clairvoyant is the only one I've encountered in my wanderings, and even she has been missing for some time. The book she last called home has become, well, a cesspool of darkness and villainy. But that does not mean all is lost. I'd wager the best place to start looking is the Silent Promenade. Okay. And presumably the other one is from the other area that I'm blanking on the name of. I have a friend there, a quill of some power. Find Ohm, and they'll set you on your way. All right. It'll get harder the higher and higher rank. It goes up from bronze 1, 2, and 3 to silver to gold to plat to the max rank Inkbound. Gotcha. I mean, that makes sense. I just wouldn't expect that to be called ranked normally, because ranked makes me think that it is ranking against other players, and so like you're competing for a rank, i.e. League of Legends or whatever, which does not. That's not what's happening. You're increasing your you know, Covenant rank, Ascension, Mastery level, whatever you want to call it. Anyways, well, the only one we haven't seen is Argolath, so we're going to do Argolath. Maybe rank goes down when you lose. Presumably it doesn't. But maybe it does. I would find that annoying, but maybe that is the case. Anyways, what are we taking here? On gaining shield, gain 1 stack of Shattered Will. We probably take that. Gain 1 ability power per stack. On 5 stacks, gain 3 shield. Yeah, so... Gain 1 stack of heat whenever you hit an enemy. I don't know if that triggers if we hit multiple enemies with the same ability. I would read that as probably... Well, I initially read that as not being the case. But now I wonder if that is the case. Either way, we'll take the Fleece of Gold and see if we can make that into a meaningful situation. Bolstered Bonk. Scorching Smash. 5 stacks of burn. 3 stacks of burn. I think we're just going to make Bonk do more damage, especially because presumably it will get the extra power from the heat increase. Radiant Market was the other one. On turn start, gain pacifism, lowering ability power, physical power, and magic power by 1. When does that fall off? Either way, we want to go the Silent Promenade so we can talk to Ohm. Each counts each enemy, so if Leap hits 3 dudes, you get 3 stacks. Gotcha. Makes sense. That's not how I originally read the ability. But it does make sense. Enemies restore 15% of their missing HP each turn. Sure. We'll do that. I'd say one thing that I do feel like right now is I would love to see more like class-specific abilities. It's cool to have the shared like bindings, but I like having more things be class-specific. That's perhaps a personal preference, but that's generally how I prefer things. It makes every class feel more unique and interesting. Alright, Disintegration Oil is fine. And let us start bonking some things. Okay, so what are our ranges? That's what I thought. Okay, well, we do a solid amount of damage to start. going to start by hitting him, because then I'm pretty sure I'm in range to hit both of them. Fun fact, it used to be the other way, where it was just if the attack hit someone, you got one stack, but it was hard to actually stack up the heat in a meaningful way. Yeah, when I tried this before, I believe that's how it was, which is probably why I thought it was still that way. But yeah, I mean, I do like it better this way. I'll be quite clear about that. I just didn't expect that based on how I was reading it. I maybe shouldn't have done that, because I can't reach you or do anything meaningful with that. I mean, that's fine. I don't know if the orb actually continues on to next turn. Well, we almost took no damage. Alas, we weren't quite that cool. Alright, let's do that. Unfortunately, I don't think I can line it up where I can kill all the guys I want to kill at the same time. So. Yeah, I mean, that's as good as it's gonna get. It's gonna take us a while to build up Shattered Will. We need a different shield ability if we want that to work with the Golden Fleece. Especially because it seems like it's giving us one Shattered Will every time we gain shield, not one Shattered Will per shield. Which, again, makes sense, but I wasn't sure which way it was going to be. Yeah, I guess that's what we do, because if I get any closer, I take damage from everything else, and also I can't get an attack in. We are just going to move here, although that does put us next to this bomb, but that's not a big deal. All them and their stupid little gunk piles. That's fine. We just need to murder him, and everything is fine. Okay. Ink Needle Compass. Crit chance, crit damage. Probably okay. On your turn, 33% chance to gain 5 ability power until end of turn. I don't particularly like random effects. We're going to take the training weights because it is immediately good for us, and it's not random. We'll take the crit chance. It's not bad for us, and I don't care about the others. I think we're just going to take another bolstered bonk. I don't know what the augments for these are going to be like. I also kind of wish that you could have like alternate starting loadouts for the characters, but it's maybe too early to be asking for something like that. Anyways. Maybe want the strength and smash. I think we're gonna just do this. It's useful for us with how often we're gonna be using bonk, and it leaves space on the more powerful abilities for different augments. That's something I pitched to devs and they said maybe. I can imagine it being something that they'd want to implement eventually. Pilfer, steal a large amount of quillings from an enemy. I mean, I kind of like that. It feels perhaps ill-advised, especially on Magma Miner, but I kind of like the idea of it. The problem is, like, we'd be locked into it for the entire run, basically. Let's reroll. 4 shield, 2 stacks of spiked. Or we take cleave. We're going to take shield wall, partly because we already have the golden fleece, though we're not guaranteed to want that long term. But seems useful for now. We'll see what we can do. Alright, what do you got for us? Barrier potion. 10 shield. Okay. Oops. Give me that. The main thing about Pilfer is it removes heat stacks since it doesn't deal damage, but it does have an ascension that makes it deal damage and becomes amazing. I can imagine. Didn't occur to me that it would have a ascension that would deal damage. But yeah, I didn't want it because it doesn't deal damage. And I did not want to lose our heat stacks. Alright. I'd love to hit him with the smash, but that's not gonna happen. And I could move over here and at least do some damage, which I think is what we're gonna do, and we're gonna greed for that and see if we can make it be meaningful. Well, isn't this a little bit of a clusterfuck? Well, we're gonna greed, and we're gonna get the kill, even though it means that we're then not killing other dudes, and we're gonna take some damage. But we can afford to take a little bit of damage. I like getting the money right off the bat. We are being a little overwhelmed, but, you know, these things happen. Well, let's take a little less damage, I guess. Oh, and I forgot there was a power orb over there, which I maybe could have made use of. Well, fine. Taking 3 damage, not that bad. And the enemies are weakened. I maybe should have done that differently, but I knew I could hit both of them at the same time. I mean, it worked out just fine. I don't know why I was being fiddly. We don't need that. I guess we'll take more training weights. They're not that impressive, but we're also early on in the run. No surprise, they're not that impressive yet. I would love something other than this, but I'm not sure that I want to pay to reroll. You know what? We'll take the burn damage in case we end up building into burn, I guess. How much does that currently do? Maybe we just want the damage on that. I kind of want the plated wall. I'm not too excited about only 2 extra shield, but it does make it better at its job. I guess we'll take it. The hovel. Yeah, we want to talk to Ohm. Alright. Then we're talking to Ohm. You come looking for aspects. They were all binders once, masters of the lost power to distill themselves, an echo of their intent, into a sigil to be inscribed upon others. The clairvoyant tried to push this farther beyond what others had known in some time, but she did not come to this alone. She had a teacher, one of many names, but now she prefers to be called the Gardener. Ironic, given her past, but creation has a way of changing those who create. They taught each other just as they learned from each other in what has now become that dark forest, the Vengewood. Find the aspect, bring it to the Gardener, and you will receive that dark power in turn. Alright, we've seen the Gardener. Yes, hi, cat. I know. I did so far 4 runs, never seen the poison and shield binding. Tiny Hearthstone is a maybe. Pretty sure we're taking the golden egg. I mean, Steel Brella is also good for us. It's actually pretty nice with the Fleece of Gold. So we can potentially be building up Shattered Will more often. But I do like the idea of just getting a bunch of quilling since we're still rather early on and we're guaranteed to take some hits. You know what? Let's take it. Let's take it. I know. I'm sorry, Cat. You got spooked. I understand. There we go. We will do the Superior Vault. I care about that more than Glyphs right now. I mean, the rerolls are nice, for sure. But I would like to get some nice gear at the moment. Though, it might be nice to stock up on Glyphs so that we can be more selective with our ability ascensions and all that. Okay. And I have to do this to run... I mean, I guess we've got one more ability, so I could do this first. Also, he's literally standing on a path of orb, which I didn't realize, but fine. Okay, and then we will just run out of the area. We can't really hurt him that much right now anyways. And he's got a friend now. Cool. We're so close and we can't quite hit him. Well, I can do this, I guess, to start. And then I can just beat you to death. Oh, and I accidentally left myself unable to do Smash, which is what I meant to do. Well, I can at least get some damage in on him. And I'm not taking any damage, so that's fine. Although we haven't really triggered the golden egg, but that's whatever. Oops. There we go. I knew there was a spot where I could hit them both. Well, we'll gain some shields, even though it's a little unnecessary. It only blocks 1 damage, but it's still 1 damage that we're not taking, and he takes a little bit of spike damage in exchange. I'd love to not be dealing with your guys' garbage. And ideally, we will build up some heat and then have a chance to absolutely just murder this guy finally. God, we still don't quite make it. So close. I mean, I could do this. I guess I will, just because I need to free up the space at some point, and I would like to kill him. Especially because our arena is getting pretty small. Alright. Well, we block it. Unfortunately, he burrows again. And that hits basically the entire arena. Whoops. Yeah, can't quite kill him yet. So close. There we go. One spot where we're not taking damage. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We got there. We just don't quite do enough damage yet, but we're getting there. On being hit, deal 97 physical damage to the attacker. I don't know if being hit counts being hit into our shield. I assume it does. On combat end, drop a random potion on consuming an item in combat. Gain 1 ability power until end of turn. I mean, that's okay. We'll just take the Acacia. Yeah, I would assume that it works, but I don't know for sure. It's worth testing. These are not helpful for us. I don't really want to use my rerolls. I mean, I could just take the HP. It feels like such a waste, though. Well, we'll take the spike damage, I guess, since we have some spikes. It's not, like, crazy exciting. On hitting, 10% chance to spawn an orb. I mean, that seems okay. Doesn't seem, like, amazing, though. Maybe? I kind of just want to be using that on cooldown, though. But maybe it's better. I think we just do quick leap right here. Alright, let's see what our last ability is. We'll take Cleave, I guess. It's not bad to have another powerful ability, though it does have a huge cooldown. And the energy cost is a bit unfortunate. Well, we want to visit the Carver. As much as I would rather do the other things. But I want to visit the Carver for the quest. Well, actually, for both these quests, really.
You might be fresh, Quill, but you best be learning some proper social graces if you mean to be ordering others around. But I know where your obelisk is. Carving long enough to see all those aspects. But that information's gonna cost you. I got something worth doing by someone with your specific propensity for discretion. Just a couple little errands and a couple little books. You're in and you're out.
Friend Hector Shields at the end of the Proving Grounds. Alright. We do not need. Sea Trickle's kind of cool, but we don't need. Extra movement is kind of cool. I am not going to worry about it, though. We're going to save our money for things that matter more. Also, God, every time I think that that's going to be a different thing than it is. Okay, yeah, so we have to find it at the end of the Vengewood. And end of the Proving Grounds. Alright, well, that's fine. We'll eventually unlock new characters. A palpable silence looms over you like a fog as you approach the Guardian of this book, no doubt a consequence of these powerful, unraveled foes. The Guardian, appointed by the Unbound, serves as defender of this conquered world, still mindless like the others you've seen, but with a greater resolve to bring about your demise. Strangely, your frequent defeat and its subsequent resurrection points toward the Unraveled's possession of a hoard of ink that is seemingly endless, or perhaps continuing to grow through other means. Alright. Time to fight a mini-boss. Alright, it's time for the Rhinferno. What's the radius on this? It's pretty large. Okay. I mean, I would love to build up our stacks higher, but I also don't want to take a bunch of damage. So, we're going to do that, get the bleed stacking, and then... we'll just get some block going. I maybe shouldn't have put myself in bomb range. but here we are. Oh, and like anything I do is just gonna hit you into the next phase, so we'll just do that instead of trying to do a big meaty smash, which is what I was trying to do, but then I realized that I was gonna hit the phase 2, and that would not do anything useful for us. That's a lot of damage, but it's not enough a lot of damage. Alright, but now we're safe and we can just get a good chunk of damage on for free. And who doesn't like that? I mean, it'd be kind of nice to be, you know, building up money from the golden egg and all that, but I think it's better to just keep ourselves safe and in a good position. Yeah, I mean, we'll just take the no damage. He's gonna come over here. Or maybe not yet. Well, that's fine. We'll kill his buddies. And actually, we'll go right here. Because then he's going to end up, like, right next to us. And then the beatdown shall commence. Yeah, we kill him with Bonk. We didn't even have to do whatever our attack is called, Cleave. I want to say Cleave, and then I thought it was called something else for some reason. Alright. So we could either turn it into Serrated Sweep, in which it deals damage in a huge area around you instead of just an arc, and inflicts 15 stacks of bleed instead of 5. But I don't know how much damage bleed does per stack. Or we turn it to Hemorrhage. 300 damage in an arc, inflicts 10 stacks of bleed, 1 stack of Hemorrhage. What is Hemorrhage? Upon being hit, bleed deals damage, and you lose 1 stack of Hemorrhage. I mean, that's cool, except that we don't have other ways to apply bleed currently. It does also go lower on cooldown, which is nice. Not absolutely necessary, but nice. I'll take Hemorrhage, I guess. 15 stacks of bleed is maybe the better choice, but I don't know. Here we are. Larger area effect. Now hit more than one enemy. I mean, that's kind of nice, but I think just doing these is better. I think we're just going to do Discounted Cleave. Discounted Cleave is nice too, but we've already got this reduced on cooldown. Being able to use it for free every other turn is good, especially with our whole heat gimmick, where we want to be playing things as often as we can, really. I want to say bleed stacks increase every time you hit the person inflicted with it, but that might be an older version. I don't remember what it ended up at. I don't think that's the case. Like, you were saying that, like, if they already have bleed, if I attack them again, they'll gain more bleed. I don't believe that's the case. I could be wrong, though.
I think we've run out of things to talk about.
Okay.
I think we've run out of things to talk about.
Give me that prickly puffer. Upon being hit, 50% chance to inflict Hex, 50% chance to inflict Shattered, lost at the end of combat. Alright, fair enough. Give me your wonderful things. I mean, the spike damage is kind of cute, but we're definitely going to go with physical power. It's just better for us. It's just better for us. Alright, so on your first turn, drastically reduce movement, crit chance, and ability power. Or enemies gain an attack boost on turn end. So the longer we let them stick around, the more they do, presumably. It's not Garden Edge we need to go to, it's the Vengewood that we need to go to. So we're going to go to the Proving Grounds, even though that sounds annoying. How's the meta progression of this game so far? It seems fine. You unlock more like artifacts as you go, it looks like, and there's cosmetics to unlock. Oops, sorry, cat. But it doesn't look like there's direct like power increases, like you don't increase your stats or anything like that. So depends on what kind of meta progression you're looking for. I'm perfectly happy with no stat increase meta progression and only adding things to the pool. But yeah, we're gonna go to the Proving Grounds because we can find the shields at the Proving Grounds, so we're gonna do that. Also, before we begin this area, I gotta get more water and I gotta feed this cat, so give me a moment while I go do that. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue the run. Okay, Proving Grounds. Let us see what we can do. Superior Vault or Quilling Cache. I think we take this as Vault, but I also might be undervaluing currency. On the other hand, we do get some currency from the Golden Egg if we let things hit us. Nonetheless, we'll go for the Vault. I just know that, like, on our first run, we did end up with too many items. And so it might not be a bad idea. Sure, we'll use the puffer now so we can hold on to the power potion. But like, we did end up with too many items. Like, it might not be a bad idea to stagger our items a little bit more and wait until we're further in the run to care more about them. Okay. I mean, it's not a bad start. But I think we're gonna do... that. Unfortunately, then we can't quite hit him. But we can just put up the shield wall. And then we aren't able to kill him. I did also neglect that there's an orb of power over there. Which I was able to get, although at the cost of standing on the puddle, which I didn't really mean to do. And I'm not getting out of range. Well, I'm only taking 1 damage here, but I did make mistakes. Also, I forgot that we have slow start on from the thing, which explains our lower damage output. Well, that's fine. I took some damage that I didn't really need to take, but at least we're getting some benefit from the golden egg. So you are barricading everyone like a jerk. I do really like that with this only having a 1 cooldown, it means that we can use it, grab an orb, and then immediately use it again. Like, that is, dare I say, pretty nice. So just absolutely obliterate them, which was perhaps more than we needed to do. I'm taking this type of active turn preview. Wartail has the old-fashioned show only a radius, no control Z if I make a mistake. Yeah, overall I do like that quite a bit. Well, we'll stop there so that we don't take the damage, even though it would be nice to murder them. Make it over there to hit those guys. Because they're the ones I actually need to kill. Yeah, and then we should be able to just kill you with 2 bonks, and so we don't need to use smash or anything. And then that guy's basically dead. Well, we took some damage, but it wasn't a big deal. On your first turn, gain 10 stacks of spiked. That's okay. Powdered Monkey stockpile's alright. I mean, I like it in general. I'm not sure that it's, like, amazing for us. Because I find it hard to actually use all of my things to get them on cooldown. But it's still probably worth it. Yeah, we'll just take that for the time being. See how we feel about it in the long run. And I did already take a tiny bit of burn damage. Crit chance. I guess we'll just take the crit chance. Yeah, we already saw that. Inflict Shatter. I mean, that's not the ability I want to be inflicting Shatter. Honestly, let's reroll. We've got plenty of cash. 1 shield for each enemy hit. It's not bad. Yeah. I mean, I kind of like extracting Bonk. It actually would be kind of cool, but we're going to do this. It would be nice if we were generating a bunch of orbs, because then we could be using Leap Strike repeatedly, which would increase our heat stacks more and more and more. But it does max out at 10, regardless. If we could be hitting 10 every turn, that'd be really cool. I guess we'll do the Sea Breach. I don't know yet how to value each of these things. That's the sort of thing that you only kind of figure out over time with any new roguelike. Alright, we've already seen this one. I don't know if Despair lasts indefinitely, and I also don't know if gaining HP means just heal. Because this is the symbol for extra max HP. And do I actually care about that? Am I willing to give up my glyphs for that? I guess I am. It feels a little bad, because re-rolling with glyphs is really nice. And it means we're giving up all of our glyphs for that. But max HP seems nice to have as a general concept. We're still taking 1 damage. That's not too bad. Unfortunately, we do get, you know, reduced damage on turn 1 because of the book effect. But that's okay. I'm just trying to kill the this thing. You guys are doing a lot of damage, though. Alright, here's the deal. Oh, and you're inflicting barrier, too, aren't you? Fuck you. You bastard. Alright. Feels like a bit of a waste, but that's what we're gonna do to ensure you're dead. Oh, and our cleave is on cooldown, which I should have thought about, because I was planning to use that right about now. Well... Well, I could either reduce the amount of damage I'm taking with the barricade, or I could kill this thing. And I think we'd like to do that. Also, I do sort of reduce the amount of damage I'm taking because I killed one of the dudes. Also, I do actually have 1 extra AP, which I wasn't expecting to. But, yeah, we'll just go with the shielding, take slightly less damage. Also, that just hit our Shattered Will. So we actually still get 1 more AP back. I also have a barrier potion. Honestly, I'm willing to use that right now. It's not that exciting, but I'm not totally against having a slot open item-wise. Anyways, that was an okay turn. I would really appreciate you guys not all being phased as you are. Please just die, you foul beasts. Alright, now we have just enough AP to kill that as well. Which keeps us totally safe. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. You and your stupid phased. You bastards. I do really appreciate having the 0 energy jump that we can refresh constantly. It's really useful. Yeah, there's no way we're gonna hit both of you with this, is there? There is. I thought it was like just on the edge. But yeah, I'll take that. Nice. 420 damage hit. On your turn, gain 8 ability power until a binding is used. No, because most of our extra damage Didn't we have an item right here? What was our item right there? Alright, well, I'm confused. But that's fine, I guess. I just don't know how we have an empty slot in the middle if we didn't have something there already. Anyways, moving on. We don't daze things, so the Sovereign's Flag doesn't really do a whole lot for us right now. On hitting an enemy, inflict with Frostbite, inflict daze. We don't inflict Frostbite. I don't really care about any of those. The Scourge Crest is okay, but it's not what we need. On hitting enemies for the first time, each turn inflict 3 stacks of burn. That's okay for us. We do actually have some extra burn damage. Or we can start stacking up some ability power. I'll just take the Golden Sails. It's fine. We're not going to get like an amazing use out of it, but I'll take it. Alright, extra spikes, extra damage, extra damage. You are just a lot better than Smash, which you should be because we ascended you and we haven't ascended Smash. But I think we'll do Mega Smash so that it is also a more useful ability. Okay. Speaking of, so Smash can become Tantrum, which would go up to 3 cost, which is a lot, but it also does 620 damage to a single enemy. On defeating an enemy, 1 cost discount and reset cooldown to 0. I wonder if that... Oh, yeah, okay. Reduces the will cost of a binding until use or end of turn. I was just about to say, I wonder if that resets at end of turn. Turns out, we have our answer. 160 damage for each stack of burn to a single enemy. Consume all stacks of burn on the enemy. On defeating an enemy, detonate. Spread, yeah, okay. And that becomes a magic attack. Which is interesting. I assume that that's what that means, at least. I mean, that is a lot of damage, but that's also a lot of fucking thing to spend. I'll take it. I don't know that that's exactly what we want to do, but it's a lot of single target damage, which is nice. Yeah, we'll visit the Carver again. I don't love it, but it is what we need for our run quest, so I may as well, maybe. I will take Bone Calcifier, although that does fill up our thing. But that's fine. We can drop things if necessary, and that is potentially quite good for us. I'm going to try doing this so that we have a chance of doing the Golden Sails full HP bonus. Even though I don't think we will succeed on that, especially because we're going to try for the hard encounter. Also, I should have gone for the Glyph Globe, and I totally spaced out, but that's fine. We'll still get an item off of this. It's just that it doesn't matter as much now that I'm full up on items, but I can always drop things. Alright, so you apply shields, and 2 of you are attacking me directly. Yeah, we just absolutely obliterate them. Yeah, I guess we're going there if I can click on it. Yeah, unfortunately... Well, I can kill one or the other, or we can pop our power potion, and we should be able to kill both of them. No, that still doesn't kill. Why does that not kill? I thought that that would be enough. Well, that's disappointing. Well, fine. We'll do the damage we can. Unfortunately, we... Oh, no, we're down to taking 0 now. I guess we must have hit enough heat. Yeah. We probably hit enough heat that we got extra shield, which was just enough. Alright, fine. I'll take it. That was the whole point. I was just trying to stay at max HP. That was all. There are a lot of you doing direct attacks. I would love, at this juncture, for that not to be the case. Let's not accidentally step into the circle while we're trying to do this. And let's just murder most of the enemies. Alright, let's move where we can get the orb real quick. Because turns out orbs are real good for us. And we can't quite afford Tantrum because it costs a ridiculous amount now. But that's fine. We kill most of the enemies. Everything's fine. I cannot stress enough how nice it is to be able to use the leap every turn. It's real useful for us. We get just such a ton of value out of it. +1 ability power per stack of heat. We're probably taking that. Chalice of Champions is okay, except that we did just eat all of our items. So we'll take the Miner's Gloves. And I don't know that we need Fleece of Gold. It's either we drop... It's either we drop Fleece of Gold or we drop the Training Weights. I mean, the extra will is nice occasionally. I guess we'll drop the Training Weights. It's fine. Yeah, we'll just take the physical power. The spikes is kind of cute, but it's a minor concern. Restore HP. Interesting. I'll just take the extra single target damage because we're a madman like that. Okay. Call for the Vestige! Conduit of hybridized ages. Will per orb. Amount of will you gain when collecting orbs. On collecting an orb, gain 10 ability power until a binding is used. I mean, I don't really care as much about that part. It's still nice, but getting the extra willpower per orb is real nice. On hitting, inflict dazed twice per turn. I mean, that's cool, especially if we had taken the thing that dealt extra damage when we hit dazed targets, which we didn't. On hitting, inflict 1 stack of shocked. On hitting an enemy inflicted with shock, the enemy and all other shocked enemies are dealt 50% of that damage and lose 1 stack. I mean, it's kind of cool. I think we're just going to take this. And we're going to drop... I might drop the golden egg. I think we're going to drop Fleece of Gold, though. On defeating an enemy using a binding, gain 1 stack of stored energy for every 10 damage dealt. I mean, we do kind of an obscene amount of damage, so that is kind of cute to roll that over. Sure. The question is, what are we dropping? Honestly, we'll drop the golden egg now. We've gotten our value out of it. Oh, what was that? Yeah. Okay. Let us fight a boss. I don't think he's gonna be that big an issue. Alright. So. And now we should get 2 back for that, which we do. Unfortunately, we have reduced power on the first turn. But we're just gonna do that, get a bunch of damage on, and save our cooldowns for the next turn. I'd love for you to die. Alright. It's a bit questionable, but we can then do this, and then we can grab the orb. And then we can hit him for a big chunk of damage. And then that still does damage. We are going to take some damage, so we're not going to end at max HP for the golden sails. That's fine. Whatever. I could have done things differently. It probably would have been better. Here we are. Such is life. Unfortunately, you're going to hit your phased situation, or at least you will in just one moment. There you are. So we can no longer hurt you, but we can at least just murder your friends. And then just end with a bunch of extra stuff. I guess we'll reposition a little closer over here. So we can kill this guy right off the bat. I mean, I can do a lot of damage, but yeah, whatever, fine. We'll just take the damage and we'll do 1700 to him. That's fine. Am I happy about it? I could be happier. For sure. And then we murder them both. Okay. I also need to remember that I have controlled explosives. Because I already keep forgetting that that is the thing I should be playing around. Alright. So Leaping Strike can become Excavate. Leap a long distance and deal 114 damage in a moderate area on hitting an enemy for the first time with his binding. Gain a moderate amount of coolings. Kind of cool. We're not taking it because it increases the cooldown. Comet, leap a long distance and deal 95 damage in a moderate area and inflict 4 stacks of burn. Yeah, we're definitely taking Comet or we're re-rolling. The thing is, I wouldn't really care about Shield Wall. I might care about Bonk. And by that I mean I would care about Bonk. Let's try it. Okay, so what can Bonk become? Deal about half the damage, but inflict burn. We've only got 2 extra burn damage. Or deal the same amount of damage, and after mining an enemy twice, gain a small amount of quillings and a 25% chance to spawn an orb. I'll take that. It's not, like, perfect, but it's fine. Bonk costs 0 will the first 3 times you use it each turn is probably amazing for us. Discounted Smash is also good, because it makes it much easier to use. But just getting this for 0 the first 3 times, especially when that can also potentially drop orbs for us. And it generates heat, and we get extra ability power for having high heat. Like, it's a lot of things. It's a lot of things that are good for us. Also, what was I trying to look up? Yes, we have to bring the shields to the Carver now, which is a little annoying that I have to do that still. We knew that was going to be the case. Oh, and I guess we are going to visit one more Carver, I think. So we should still be able to do that. I just wanted to be able to, like, play one of the new characters on the next run while we try to unlock the other one right afterwards. Alright, we haven't seen most of these enemies before. Okay, there's a lot of things happening here. Okay, we just immediately blow them up. Why are we doing so much damage to you? Like, they should not be dealing that much damage. Alright, fair enough. Oh, it's because it carries over battle to battle. That's why. I forgot about that already. But that explains why that was doing an obscene amount of damage for seemingly no reason. Yeah, we do a ridiculous amount of damage. Kind of. It's like we stack heat very effectively. I'm assuming that's saying that we have 78 stacks of stored energy, which means we should be doing an extra 780 damage. Anyways, yeah. We have a lot of things that work synergistically, and it's very satisfying. Don't mind if I just pick up your orb that we generated? I mean, there's no reason to use that yet. Alright. Let us refresh our things and get ourselves up to max heat in mere moments. Beautiful. Well, now let's hit them for 2,000 damage. Just a casual 2,000. Unfortunately, that guy dodged that attack like a jerk, but that's okay. We get a bunch of free attacks on him, and it just does not really matter. Hey, look, he's dead. Yeah, it's very satisfying. We build up power very, very quickly. The unstab 20% damage resist seems like a maybe. I don't know that we really need it, but it seems like it's a good thing to have. Thunderstroke Bell is also kind of cute because it means that we can potentially just nuke all the enemies at once. I'm still going to take this just for safety's sake, and we'll get rid of the Powder Monkey stockpile. We lose a little bit of damage, but it's fine, honestly. Take the spike damage. It doesn't really matter to us, but nothing else matters. Yeah, we'll take Discounted Smash, for sure. Plenty happy with that. And here's the Carver, so we should be able to give him the shields.
Hold on, you're standing in my light. Back from those small little tasks. Took you long enough. Got those shields right here for you. What? You think I just had information? Told you before. You need something worth getting? I got it. Oh, one more thing. You're gonna want to bring those 2 steel hunks back to that big old library. Old man with a beard and bad attitude will want them.
Alright. And then presumably we just need to talk to the gatekeeper, and then we can do the thing. All bindings have +2 cooldown. On using a binding, reduce cooldowns. But no, absolutely not. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're at full health, but yeah, we're already full health. Alright, I mean, we'll reroll. I very much doubt there's anything we want to buy that we can't afford. Like, Nim's Oath would be cool, but... on defeating an enemy inflicted with burn, this vestige gains 1 burn damage. I mean, that's cool. Doesn't matter to us at all right now, but conceptually is kind of cool. Honestly, let's re-roll just so we can see other things that we haven't seen. Blooming Gun. On your turn, smite enemies inflicted with burn or frostbite, and it gives ability power. Sure. Yeah, we've seen all of these other things. Alright, cool. Alright, let's see what this boss is all about. Interesting looking arena. Yeah. As soon as I saw the arena, that's what I was expecting. Okay. Alright, so he's got tentacles. But we should be able to kill them. Unfortunately, we still have to deal with the lower turn 1 damage, but fine. Also, I should probably be looking at these. 25 damage resist per stack, loses 1 stack at the end of the turn. Gotcha. So they're going to be annoying for a little bit of time. Minus 50% incoming damage when hit directly, takes 100% of the damage dealt to tentacles. Gotcha. Nearly cracked open requires more... Okay, yep, that's fine. That's just from our mining ability. Well, even though we're doing dramatically reduced damage to them, that's fine. Oh, and I meant to move closer to that orb. That almost kills. Alright, well, we get a little bit of stored energy, which isn't that impressive. We also have a decent amount of shield, so they do no damage to us, and then everything is fine. And now they have reduced damage resistance, and thus we kill one of the tentacles. Alright, and then we can get the power orb, and then we can start doing this. And then we'll just kill the other tentacle. And we'll grab that, even though I shouldn't have grabbed that, because we don't actually need it. And then, because we can't hurt him anymore, because he's phased. Alright, well, this is going quite well for us so far. Okay, and then same deal, they got the inky exoskeleton. What jerks, that's fine, we'll make do. Yeah, it doesn't quite kill. Alright, well, I can't quite hit 2 of them with the leap, so we'll just do this and hit on the very edge so we can move back towards our little orb of wonder and joy. We just need to get down to 2 so then we can go back up to full with that. Yeah, we'll just shield. We don't really need it, but we're not in danger, and, you know, we just need to wait for them to lose their damage reduction for our life to be a little easier, so. I maybe should have done that differently, but here we are. Doesn't really matter because he ended up dropping an orb, so, you know, here we go. Okay. I didn't even realize there's an extra one over here. Is there an extra one over there as well? No. Okay. I mean, that's fine. It doesn't really affect us in any meaningful capacity. We just absolutely obliterate one of those guys. And then we are going to take a small bit of damage, but... Or are we? Oh, God, we put him down to 1 HP. Are you kidding me? Well, sadly, we don't quite get the kill, but again, this is a little shenanigans. Are these all totally new? Yeah. Alright, fair enough. I guess that's because we moved him on to the next phase, which would make sense. I thought he was just swapping between tentacles for some reason, but no, he's not. I mean, I kind of want to do the hemorrhage, but building up orbs is just a better play for us, for sure. Right. Don't mind me as we just smash his things to death. Yeah, God, we have, like, no movement because of the snare. That's fine. Well, we do an obscene amount of damage, and we don't quite kill him this turn. And he tries to beam us. And that's okay. That's fine. I know he takes reduced damage, but we're still just going to do this because he's right next to the power orb, so we may as well bash him to get things started. So otherwise I'm going to have to move back to that, and I just don't want to do that. Oh, our Mega Smash is on cooldown, unfortunately. Well, fine. I guess we'll just do that and take slightly less damage. It's not a big deal, but I thought I may as well. And the orb is all the way over there. What a jerk. Yeah, either way, he's dead. It was a very easy fight for us. Like, we took almost no damage. We just did an obscene amount of damage. Because we were able to stack up our heat very quickly, and we got so many free actions a turn. Like, turns out that does a lot for you when you do an increasing amount of damage all the time. Yeah. Anyways, cool. It's a cool boss, though. Like, I don't dislike it. Fair enough. Anyways, I'm having a lot of fun with the game so far.
Needless. The Inkbound believes there's a vestige to be found that could guide us out of this predicament.
I thought he was going to read out the rest of that. Anyways, the Opal Slab, an ancient relic of such power and complexity that you would likely be unable to comprehend.
Regardless, the Inkbound needs this vestige and believes it to be hidden within these fading stories. As you've already seen, retrieving ink directly from these stories is a reliable method, but one requiring time. No, for this, there are other procedures more suitable. Perhaps an echoing? Yes. Recite the actions of each story or some approximation, and you will revive its soul, in a manner of speaking. This, in turn, will allow retrieval of any vestiges hidden within. There's an old tale, a children's book, that may have what the Inkbound needs. A somewhat sordid story of misplaced morality, but one of value nonetheless. Birdie on Fire. Find it, anchor it, return it to me.
Okay. Is this a joke? What possible use could I have for these shields? Some sorry gambit for an aspect, I've no doubt. You toss those relics down the well where they belong, and if you happen to fall in after them, there will be no ink loss from me. What a jerk. Alright, we'll deal with that glowing blue book in a moment.
You drop the shields down the gaping hole of the well. You wait, but never hear a splash. As you turn to leave, you hear the unmistakable scrape of metal on rock, and find the shields placed on the edge of the well. Dry, polished, ready.
Ooh. Come on, I'm gonna click the thing. Little sense is to be made of the organization of the remaining Athenium, but you eventually find your way to the remainder of children's books left on the shelves. Searching among the colorful covers, a thin book of some plainness bears its title bent around its too small spine, Birdie on Fire. You pull the scarlet, envelope-sized book from the shelves as your quill immediately begins to motion towards the bindery. Whatever. Here we go. You place the small story into the bindery, afraid the gears will swallow it whole, and your quill flashes rapidly, having clear understanding of how to anchor what's left of the children's tale. Okay.
Well, those shields sure got a good inscription on them. Figure I can get the obelisk aspect hooked up for you real quick with those.
Alright, we can be the obelisk now. We'll see how he is. I'm generally not big on, like, shielding sorts of characters, but he could be cool. Yeah. Gains power from absorbing damage, build up your strength, and deliver a massive attack. On reaching 3 stacks, deal 50 physical damage and lose all stacks. Okay. Gain shield, deal 10 damage in a wide area in front of you. Deal 75 damage, dash to end point. And deal 65 damage to all enemies. Alright. Curious to see what those sorts of upgrades are gonna end up being. Anyways, I assumed there was a final step to that Birdie on Fire thing. Yeah, we have a lot of quests to do. Whole lot of quests. I am excited to see more of these things be unlocked. Defeat every villain. Why does it say 1 of 3? Because I've definitely beaten 2 of them. Fair enough. That's fine. What? I definitely have done this. Have I not? Like, I'm sure I have. Whatever. I don't know why it's saying that. I imagine that to be a bug. That's fine. It's not that big deal. Or maybe we got the quest after we had already done that. That's probably what it is. Which is dumb, but that's okay. I don't mind that too much. It just feels silly that that is the case. But not that big a deal. God, there's so many items for us to unlock. Worm trophy. On your turn, gain 2 stacks of heat. Scarlet's Miner's Helm. Gotcha. And so we can get special cosmetics for doing things as well. That's kind of cool. I like having a lot of unlocks of meaningful swords. Regardless. And yes, now I'm taking a look at these because I need to know. I need to know what they all are. Okay. Anyways, moving on. So be it. That said, I think we're stopping there for the night because it's late and I have to be up early in the morning and stuff. So, yeah, that is where we're stopping for the night. I like what I played so far. It is not a perfect game. Like, I'd love to see more variety in abilities. Obviously, I haven't seen all the augments and things like that, and that's probably where a lot of the variety is supposed to come from. And the augments do seem really cool, as well as the ascended abilities. But I would kind of like to see more, like, class-specific actions rather than having this large pool of, like, shared things. It's fine to have shared abilities, but I like having a lot of class-specific things. But regardless, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I was worried that it wouldn't be as fun single player since I knew they put a big focus on the multiplayer aspect. And I would like to play multiplayer as well. But I'm having a lot of fun with single player. I also had seen a lot of people complain that there's too much unavoidable damage, i.e. enemies that are doing direct attacks instead of doing area of effect, like ground attacks. And I didn't really feel that way yet. It felt pretty reasonable that as long as I was keeping my damage output up, I could focus on the enemies that were dealing damage to me, and I could kill them. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see how that feels over time, I suppose. But right now it didn't feel too bad. But yeah, anyways, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. Probably more Inkbound unless something happens. I do want to finish Darkest Dungeon 2 at some point, and obviously I still want to do other things like play more Monster Train and some other things. But I'm enjoying Inkbound, so we'll play more Inkbound. Regardless, have a nice night. Thanks for being here. Hope to see you tomorrow.